Councilmember Bierman?
Here.
Councilmember Fahy?
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Here.
Councilmember Hefner?
Here.
Councilmember Kern?
Our first item of business is executive session.
You turn your mic on.
I'm sorry about that. First item of business is executive session regarding pending litigation under Louisville Charter, Section 5-2D, consultation with an attorney representing the city with respect to pending litigation, and CRS 24-6-4012 4B for a conference with the city attorney for the purpose of legal advice on specific legal questions concerning pending litigation. And we request an executive session on this subject.
Yes, Mayor. As noted on the meeting agenda, the city manager is requesting an executive session for the purpose of consultation with an attorney representing the city with respect to pending litigation pursuant to Section 5-2D of the city's Home Rule Charter and CRS Section 24-6-4024B. Prior to entertaining any motion, the city clerk will read a statement required by the city code.
It is the policy of the city to conduct public business and meetings open to the public. While in executive session, it is inappropriate to take straw votes, keep minutes, or make any final decisions. It is the duty of each council member to ensure executive sessions are conducted in strict compliance with this ordinance, state and federal law, and any applicable provisions of the state and federal constitutions. If at any time the scope, nature, or parameter of this executive session goes beyond the publicly stated topic, it is the responsibility of the city council to terminate and cease any further deliberation within the executive session and return to the public meeting. Only those topics described in city ordinances may be discussed in executive session. Those topics are summarized as follows. Where federal or state law requires the information being discussed remain confidential, certain personnel matters involving only employees directly appointed by the city council and other personnel matters upon request of the city manager or mayor, consideration of water rights and real property acquisitions and dispositions, but only as to appraisals, value estimates, and strategy, and legal consultation with an attorney representing the city with respect to pending litigation.
Regarding the authority for the executive session, Section 5-2D authorizes an executive session for the purpose of discussing pending litigation. An executive session for this purpose is also authorized by the Open Meetings Law, Section 24-6-4024B of the Colorado Revised Statutes. The request involves discussion of potential litigation involving the Jefferson County Airport Authority. With that, Mayor, you may entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Yes, I would, excuse me, as mayor, move to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing pending litigation, and that the executive session also include city manager Jeff Durbins, deputy city manager Sam Fox, city attorney Kathleen Kelly, and special counsel to the city Michaela Rivera, as well as the other council members.
Second.
All in favor?
We need a roll call.
We need a roll call. Go ahead.
Councilmember Hefner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bierman?
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Mayor Lay?
Yes.
Councilmember Fahy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson? Councilmember Kern?
Yes.
All right. The city council will now adjourn to executive session.
Channel my inner Dietrich. Shoot. If you went in there before, you see it now. You step in there, it looks like it's, I mean, it honestly looks like a double more space. And it really wasn't, it was really just an increase of like, it really was just an increase of 350 maybe square feet. But it's because of the wall used to come out, you have to break up where the dressing room, and which used to also, we were trying to do it before it was me, it was like that art gallery, so it had that shake shop, so it had a full wet bar, and it was like granite countertops, and where I was, where my counter was behind, it was through the hallways, and there's no way to get there, so. Once that was gone, the place was kind of broken up, so much of the dressing room was all in the middle of the wall, and then now we pushed all that out, and now it's nice. So that's what I understand. It was a, so what I understand, it was like a Shapley Shakes or something, like a pyramid, like, you know, whatever, like a A1 Greens or whatever it is nowadays, so. But I guess that it only lasted, I guess it was cold, it was less than 6 months. It was like, I've been there 5 years, June, and then, so it was something like 9 years before that was the last time anyone ever did anything inside of that space. So yeah, it worked out for me, but it didn't fit. Yeah, it's all the other stuff, but the space is nice. Yeah.
Now I got two things. I really do think that the difference how small office buildings, the office buildings discriminates against the small office buildings. I know you've got a different opinion on that. I still agree to disagree. Okay. The other thing is, I think it's illustration of the tribal house. When it's 0.6, illustration of the front should be 0.60.
I asked that consultants, I need to dig into understanding the meaning of the numbers because I think it might be one of the things that's first. Yes. Well, yeah, so when somebody ends up at, so it's something to look at. And I asked the consultant, and I said, you're supposed to, I said, no, I'm like, oh, this is supposed to be 0.6. I said, no, I have 0.06. That's what you say. So I have a research on why that's the case. But that's, so we didn't get a chance to make more
So what's castration, and according to the internet references I looked at, it looks like castration is used. It's not very well. Yeah, but fenestration is actually the whole area of windows and doors and other openings to the outside of the roof. So I think what you got is 0.24, as I recall, for the side walls, and it should be 0.6 for the display walls. That's why I think this discrepancy is the reason I saw what fenestration is.
That's what it is. That's meant for the insulation factor. Well, let me look at it.
Yeah, take a look at it. The fact is, maybe I've got one. I mean, I'm not criticizing that. But that's kind of what it looks to me like. Unless there's another number.
Let me look into it. When I first read the code, I was like, well, it's
You look at the CPE factor.
I was
few extra calls, nobody said that, well, unless they go for their list for some reason. For example. We didn't know about it, it's like you guys, everybody's like, really? It's like 1 o'clock and they're gonna shut off at 3. Yeah, it's on. And not knowing what was gonna happen. So I drove around the city a couple times and said, that is on. Some lights, yeah. So, as long as they don't show us, yeah. And even if they do show us, they don't really show us. It's remember, because you got us to show months. I know. Sounds like, no, we're all expecting everything else to flat. How does that work? It's not big trends. Eventually it ran out. Yeah. That's right.
Ask Caleb to come here.
Are we gonna have some kind of open house meeting or discussion?
Maybe, not right now. No, we haven't decided that yet. We can talk. Is that okay, Meredith? Okay. Okay, get the last bit. Okay. Back in session.
Mayor and council, as noted on the meeting agenda, the executive session was for the purpose of discussing pending litigation, and the city council had such discussion. No further action is requested at this time.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second?
Can I offer an adjustment to the agenda? A amendment to the agenda? I'd like to move item E up to the front. It's just a first reading to set public meeting. I just thought we could get that out of the way at the beginning of the agenda.
Is there a second?
Or
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Sure, so let's move, and it's item E, is that right?
Yes.
yep.
Up to right after, to go right before item A. Okay, thank you.
There's not a letter in the alphabet before A, so I don't really know what
Well,
letter
we
to
can
give
call
it.
it,
A1.
how about that? All right, thank you. With that amendment, I think we've approved the agenda as amended, yeah? Okay. Next part of the meeting is devoted to public comments on items not on the agenda and items on the consent agenda. If you would like to speak on either one, you'll have 3 minutes to do so. And if you would like to speak, please fill out one of the cards in just outside our door and give it to our clerk, and she'll call your name when it's time to come up. When you do come up, please state whether you're a Louisville resident at the dais here. All opinions are welcome. Please be respectful of those who speak. We really discourage clapping and other kinds of agreement or booing, whatnot. It really does affect people's willingness to come forward and talk. And so we actually are encouraging people to come forward if they'd like to, and we don't want to discourage them in any way. So with that in mind, do we have any requests to give public comments on items not on the agenda or items on the consent agenda? Okay. So do we have, let's see, do we have any motions on the consent agenda? None?
I can make a motion to approve the consent agenda. I think we're all like, anything we want to change? No, yeah, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Does the city manager have a report this evening?
Thank you, Mayor. For anyone looking for an exciting volunteer opportunity on Friday this week, April 19th, between 10 and 2 p.m. at the Arboretum, we're having an Arbor Day volunteer tree planting. So you bring your shovel, dig a hole, plant a tree, help us with our Arbor Day participation. The city's been an Arbor Day participant for many, many years, and this is part of our program, so hope to see some of you out there. And then, Mayor, we're going to cover the PUC meeting in some of your comments?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Now that we've got that piece done, the next part of the agenda is council informational comments on pertinent items not on the agenda. Do we have any? Please.
Thank you. I just wanted to let everyone know that Deb Fahey and I will be doing a ward meeting for Ward 2. So all Ward 2 residents are welcome to come and talk with us, ask us questions, spend a little time with the neighbors and with us. That'll be this coming Thursday at 6:30 at the Rec Center. Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else? Okay. I want to take a few minutes to talk about the recent outage, a preemptive outage that Xcel decided to impose. And as most of you know, a lot of people in Louisville, perhaps yourself included, have expressed a variety of concerns about that. As you know, beginning on April 5th, the city of Louisville and Boulder County began experiencing high wind and red flag warnings for the surrounding areas. Immediately upon receiving the weather trends, the city began communicating to the public and residents on preparing for high winds. There was an effort even on the 5th of April. I think there was sort of a fairly innocuous email that went out from Xcel that didn't particularly put anybody on notice that something like the preemptive outage was actually going to take place. It was more in the nature of maybe we're thinking about this. It wasn't very specific. And if you remember on Saturday morning was beautiful. Some were at soccer games with their kids. Some were out. And it was only then that we got any kind of information that Xcel was planning to do a preemptive outage of electricity because we were getting ready to have winds that approached 100 miles an hour, and that was going to happen in the afternoon around 3. There were a whole variety of things that the city did in connection with preparing for that. In the past, we are, as many know, part of a kind of chain of command. In Boulder County, there's a Boulder Disaster Management, BDM, which is kind of the nerve center of Boulder County disaster operations. And our actions get coordinated with them. They're the ones who typically obtain and provide information to the various municipalities in the county and help coordinate the response. That doesn't mean that the city doesn't act. It actually acts very tightly with other public safety agencies and with the BDM. As many of you know, the county came out, actually the BDM within the county, came out afterward and said that they did not have the sort of information that typically they would expect to have at the time of the kind of what I would consider to be an emergency response to the wind event, which is a fairly substantial problem. Because if the agency in a county like ours, where a lot of the preemptive outage occurred, 55,000 people were in that group, 4,600 of them in Louisville. Without that kind of information, it makes it very, very difficult for the municipalities, including ours, to be able to provide and push out information. And I applaud the city manager, who is in that situation our chief point of the spear when it comes to disaster response for the city. In those kinds of situations, some people think that council is in charge, and that's really not operationally the way it works. We have the folks who are the experts, and that's our city manager and their team, and they did a wonderful job at catching up to the information flow and working with the BDM as best as they could. There are, I think what we'll probably do is post in due course the list of the kinds of things that our city did before any of this happened in the way of preparations for a disaster, what they did during, and what we've done after. I know that there are a variety of problems. One of them was bad communication from Xcel. They, in particular, didn't give, in my view, adequate notice for the actions that they took. And that created a lot of problems, generally for people who weren't able to get food out of their refrigerators, for example, before it spoiled, as well as much more serious life and death issues, frankly, for our shut-ins and elders who perhaps didn't find out about this until it occurred and had oxygen tanks that were on electricity that suddenly were bereft of electricity. So we were fortunate that bad things didn't happen to those folks. But again, that's a bit of grace or dumb luck, however you look at it. And it was a problem created and exacerbated by Xcel. And we're going to have to, as you know from reading the papers, there are a variety of ways in which the various municipalities are going to look into this. There is, the governor has pushed the PUC, the Public Utilities Commission, to open an investigation. That is happening, and tomorrow, the 17th, there is going to be an opportunity for all in Louisville who care to, and anybody outside of Louisville might be affected, to testify in front of the PUC by electronic means or in person. And if you give me half a second here, I'll tell you where you can find that information. Bear with me for a second. All right. The PUC, just a little bit of very short background. This is from a Denver Post article earlier this morning. The PUC said Wednesday that it has received approximately 400 comments from the public so far about Xcel cutting power to areas that were deemed high risk for wildfires. The agency is collecting comments on the page, and then I hate doing this, but I'm going to. It's https://engagedora, that's ENGAGEDORA, one word, .org, /share your feedback with the PUC. And each of those words is a hyphen, hyphenated, share hyphen your hyphen feedback hyphen with hyphen the hyphen PUC. There's also going to be a public comment hearing, 4 to 6 p.m., April 17th. And I think that you can get that from the same website and sign up to testify. So I want to know that, or I want you to know that that opportunity exists for you yourself to do that. What I also want to mention is that a week ago, Monday, I and other area leaders met with Richard, but I think it's not Richard Spencer. It's the president, Colorado president of Xcel, to discuss the outage. Just in sum, I think that the Xcel folks admitted pretty pointedly that their communications were below par, that they didn't quite say that their notice was insufficient, but that was clearly what all of us together gave feedback on. And that their information during the crisis was horrible and didn't get to those who needed it, didn't get to those who needed it with enough information to be able to give us a chance to respond appropriately, that the outage lasted too long. I think people saw how beautiful a day it was on Sunday, and they were without electricity, and then Monday they were without electricity. I think there's some reasons for that, and it has to do with Xcel's needing to check every single one of those 600 miles worth of lines that went down. But that information was not something that was provided to the public either. And there was, a lot of criticism of folks from Xcel as a result of that. There also was a request for compensating those people for some of the losses that they suffered, food, accommodations, and so forth. That was something they took in, didn't promise anything, of course, and since have decided they're not going to do that. There were a variety of other things that happened during that meeting as well. I reached out to one of the community relations folks from Xcel that afternoon and pressed our own case directly. My message was very strongly, we had horrible notice about that, horrible communications throughout this. Hope that that never happens again. Encourage them to underground lines. I know that that's not within their certificate, but we usually pay for that ourselves. The municipalities do, and it's very expensive. But, it seemed to me that it's a lot less expensive than a potential disaster, and that's what I said somewhat softly, but it seemed to me fairly prudent. I don't know that they'll ever do that, but it's worth asking. I also suggested to them that they might think seriously about waiving people's monthly charge if they were without electricity for the weekend. At that point, the Excel hadn't made the decision whether or not to do that. Subsequently, again, they decided not to. The other thing I asked is if they wouldn't send somebody up, perhaps an engineer, perhaps somebody else, to talk to our community about the problems, to let people respond to them about what happened and the impact, but also to explain the grid and why was it that some folks got shut down on electricity and others did not. There's good reasons for that, but it was completely not apparent to any of us what those reasons are. So those were the kind of things that I pressed with them. And as I said before, there are a number of investigations that have opened up since then, the last of which is the PUC investigation, which was encouraged by the governor. And I know a number of the people who are involved in that investigation were people who lost power. So that is something they're very much focused on. So hopefully, I wanted to just give a little bit more information because we had a meeting last week where I summarized some of this, but it was a special meeting and nobody was in attendance on Zoom. So anyway, and if there's more information, we'll probably roll out some additional information, but you're welcome to contact any one of us, well, me or the city manager, probably best contacts on that if you have any questions or concerns. But thank you for indulging me to explain a little bit more about that, because we don't want another outage without having a little bit more information about when that's likely to occur and without having pretty good plans in place. And we certainly are going to take more steps concerning preparedness for that kind of thing. But we do need to understand better what Excel's algorithms were that led to this and whether we can expect these in the future. I think the answer to that question is we can probably expect these to occur in the future. 100-mile-an-hour winds, we know what that means. We remember what it was like back on December 30th, 2021. And we know that with that kind of wind and the fuel still there, grassland and so forth, that this kind of event might well happen. And I understand why Excel did what they did. I think personally, I don't speak for council, I just speak for myself. I think it was a wise decision, but the way it was executed was just simply inadequate. And we've made that clear to the powers that be at Excel. And I think the governor, by coming out and calling for an investigation, made it very clear on behalf of everybody in Colorado that we are extraordinarily disappointed in the way that that all went down. So anyway, that's my comment on matters not on the agenda. And I appreciate, again, the indulgence. All right. Yep, do you have some?
I would just like to add a little bit to the mayor's comments. I agree with everything he said. I think that the power shutdown was justified and necessary under the conditions. The high winds were incredibly fierce, and that is what caused, or part of the reason, that we had that Marshall Fire destruction. I would also like to thank the city staff for their wonderful job in managing the shutdown, and in particular for opening the rec center to everyone so that they could go and charge their phones and their computers and actually communicate with the rest of the world. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? Good. All right, city manager's report.
Already got it.
Thanks. Yes. Okay. We've got, as or Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, we are moving up an item to A1 under matter 10. So, ordinance number 1872, series 2024, an ordinance amending chapter 2.17 of the Louisville Municipal Code concerning municipal campaign finance regulations. First reading to set a public hearing on May 7th, 2024 at 5 p.m., which is when we'll start that meeting.
You don't need to do the time for
We
the
don't
first
know.
readings. No.
Okay. We don't need a time for the second reading?
For a second reading. We do that when we publish the.
Okay. Can I get a motion?
Oops, so moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Next is item A, 10A, resolution number 20, series 2024, resolution approving the temporary waiver of certain fees for the Main Street patio program. Can we have a staff presentation on that?
I think I should comment on my, do you want
Mayor
to
Pro
ask a
Tem.
question?
Well, just quick background that Mayor Pro Tem preemptively, I think, recused himself concerning the closure of Main Street, which we addressed a couple of weeks ago. And he is here and I believe going to participate, but wanted to make a statement.
Yeah, I mean, it would be confusing maybe if I recused myself previously and don't recuse myself now, that might be confusing. So I didn't believe I needed to recuse myself, but there was an ethics complaint against me. So had that complaint not come, I would not have recused myself. And I only did so out of caution. That complaint hasn't gone anywhere to date, but I'm not recusing myself from this conversation, and I won't in future conversations, mostly because, I own 2 dogs, but I can have conversations about dog parks. And I own a home and I can have conversations about residential building codes, and I live 50 yards from the pool and I can have a conversation about Parks and Rec and our pool. And I own a business downtown and I can have a conversation about downtown. So I will not be recusing myself, and if someone chooses to accuse me of an ethics violation, I will push through that, and then we'll get to the end of that afterward, but I won't recuse myself due to that in the future. So I will not be recusing myself from this topic tonight.
Thank you. Staff presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. March 19th, City Council directed staff to make improvements to the Main Street patio program in lieu of the seasonal closure that you considered on that particular night. Instead, council directed staff to pursue a, quote, substantially enhanced patio program. I will tell you that we as staff, or the business community, residents, there's been a lot of conversations happening in the weeks since then. This is not a perfect situation. It's more like a perfect storm of not a lot of time and a lot of ideas, and ideas that aren't always in alignment. So we're hearing a lot of different ideas. And in your council communication, I outlined the things that we are currently working on that we can implement. It's things like the patio program, as in the past. The patios, we send out invitations to apply. This year, we also sent out another communication to all the downtown businesses to see if anybody else might be interested in doing something. We had very limited interest in that. We are working on substantially improving the flower baskets. Last year, our park staff, as in previous years, contracts for that service. They weren't happy with the maintenance of those baskets last year, so our parks crews are taking those on, the maintenance this year, to keep our eyes on them, to do our best to make sure that those are as vibrant and colorful as they can be. We're working to see if we can acquire some additional materials to basically replace the patio corner posts with taller posts. This would enable us to put lighting over the patios themselves. There had been some talk of lighting over the street or building to building. That's got a lot of complications with through traffic and private and public property and those type of things. But the lighting above the patios themselves, we think is something we can probably pull off. Supply chain is, as it's been for a while, an issue, so I'm not sure we'll get there, but that's our hope. Let's see, I think there was something else on here. Flower baskets. Oh, and then there's new owners of the Chase building. So we're working on leasing that from them for a nominal fee. That would enable us to cover the liability and open up at least 9 additional parking spaces downtown. Today, there were some developments that I think we can add another maybe half a dozen to that list as well. So that's good news for folks who want to park downtown and all the parking challenges that people might experience downtown. One thing that we have heard a fair bit from, and I think council members have heard, is the fee structure for the patios. As I understand, this all goes back before, I think all of us staff were here. Initially, there was a $500 fee for participation in the program. For whatever reason, that was increased around, I think, 2014 to $1,000. I've heard various stories. We do buy those patios. Some of them LRC bought, some the city bought. They run today about $16,000, $15,000 per patio. If we wanted to get more for the season, I doubt we'd get them in time for the season just because of the same issues mentioned earlier. So there's the cost there, but it's also the cost of implementing and managing that program. I did note in your council communication, the flowers alone is about $17,500 just for the baskets themselves. There's all the staff time and implementation. And then there's, of course, use of public property for business purposes. All that said, I am bringing for your consideration tonight a resolution that for 2024 would waive, or you could talk about a reduced fee for those patio programs. Again, I'm bringing this to your attention because I've heard, our staff has heard from a lot of folks in the community, business community in particular, that this is of concern. So it's a really big policy piece that I think merits council consideration. Unless you have any questions, that's all I've got for you tonight.
Yes, I have one clarification about something that you mentioned. This is entitled temporary waiver. We're focused on 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
Because that's what our whole discussion has been about. It has not been about any other year. We're not just, however we vote on this, we're not establishing this as a precedent for future action. This is a single year's action if the council approves it. Do council members have any questions before we take public comments? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. Historically, and as it stands for applications that were submitted this year, is this a program that's predominantly utilized by food and beverage organizations, or are there service and retail that utilize these as well?
It's predominantly food and beverage services. We had a lot of feedback from retailers downtown that running retail sales out front of the store creates staffing challenges because you can't watch inside the store and outside the store with one person. So they had some concerns about just the staffing ability to pull that off. This is some feedback we heard from retailers.
Okay, I have a follow-up question. May I? So knowing that the challenges with staffing for service and retail, you know, in our previous conversation about Main Street, there was some excitement and buzz around activating outside the stores. Do we have a sense of what that would look like? And if the 2 patios we still have left could serve as a beta test for that with a few retail and service businesses?
We're still working through a lot of that. There are probably more ideas for event type things than there were ideas about what the patio program might look like. Our economic vitality folks are talking to business owners, DBA, chamber, about how we can collaborate on those type of things. Our event staff is limited, especially in the summertime. We put on a lot of other events. So for the city to, you know, do events every weekend, I don't think we have capacity for that, but can we help with some support, Maybe there's a closure here or there. Those type of things are definitely being talked about. I don't have any firm answers unless Rob, you've heard of something more recent than that. Nope.
Okay. No, that's helpful. The reason why I ask is because do we still have 2 patios left, still accurate?
As of Friday,
Okay.
I suspect that if you reduce or waive the fee, those might not last for long.
But the deadline has passed, correct?
The deadline has passed, but we would still like to see those get into use.
Used somehow.
And to the
Okay.
mayor's point earlier, I think that if there's a lot more interest in patios at a reduced or no fee, that's something that we're going to be tracking. And does that change our program for next year? Don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Why don't we take public comment again? Anybody can give public comment on this item. If you're interested in giving public comment, please sign up a card. If you haven't, right outside the door, and give it to our city clerk at the end of the dais here. If, excuse me, if there are folks either there or online that want to make public comment, then she'll call you when you're up. And I think she does the on deck too, right? Okay.
First will be Eric Lund, followed by Jennifer Lavach.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, staff, I would, on behalf of the Louisville Chamber of Commerce, I'm at 901 Main Street. I have to put that in there. And I just want to say that we support the DBA's position or, recommendation for the council waiving these fees. We think that would be great. But we also support enhancing the patios and coming up with other ideas, including possibly entertainment next to the patios or gardens next to the patios or lounges next to the patios. There's a lot of ideas that I think would be very supportive of making Main Street even better and really making it actionable so that residents can come down and really enjoy Main Street as well as all the other streets, Front Street and other areas. So we do support what the council is considering tonight, and we recommend that you do approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jennifer Lavach will be followed by Eric Reed.
Good evening. I'm Jenny Lavach. I own the Singing Cook retail store right across the street. I'm also a Lafayette resident. As part of the DBA board, I also am in great support of waiving patio fees for this year. I think it will foster a much better relationship between businesses and the city council. I know that a lot of businesses have felt like we've been punched in the gut many, many times in the last few years over what seem like, I don't know, things that we think will help us do better as businesses downtown and help revitalize. So hopefully this will foster a little bit more trust and a little bit more community between the council and the businesses downtown in downtown Louisville. And I personally think business is personal. And so when we constantly hear, no, 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 we don't like this, we don't like that, and when we hear residents tell us that they don't want things changed down here either, it does hurt. It feels like we're not supportive, we're not important to the community, that our businesses aren't important enough to be recognized as something that's what makes this community, and especially downtown, a great place to be. So I do encourage you to please waive or reduce the fees. When I learned what they are, I was like, wow, I couldn't afford that if I was requesting a patio. So I hope you make that decision, and I hope that it all works out for everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny.
Eric Reed to be followed by Rick Crone.
Eric Reed, resident of Louisville, Old Town on Rex Street, owner of Acme Fine Goods, 915 Walnut Street, DBA Retail Liaison, and Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce here in Louisville. I just want to stand here in front of you again and ask for your help to keep downtown vibrant. The downtown patio program has been successful in the past, and I think all of us have hopefully used it in front of restaurants on Main. It is super helpful to me as a retailer because it gives a place to hang out, see your neighbors, and work your way over to the other remaining services and retail spaces here in town. It's been a ongoing battle, and I'm excited to see the movement forward. This resolution certainly is a good part of what we were hoping to do with the temporary closure for the seasonal closure that we proposed a couple weeks ago. Now that we're here and we have a new resolution which would waive some fees, I just really hope that you recognize that that money will go right back into our community. I know that money taken from this program will be taken from somewhere else. It is not free, as someone just said the other morning. It comes from someone else's hide. So I want to make sure that you guys understand how important it is to have these patios. In the last few years, we have seen all sorts of things, and I don't need to remind all of you, because you're all residents here, of the struggles that we've had from COVID, multiple years of that, trying to figure out ways to work things out for restaurants and retail spaces and services and keeping business here in town, onto the fires, which certainly affected most of us in this room and all the ones that aren't here. That affects the chain down the line to our restaurants, our services, and our retail. That money then turns around and is lost money in revenue sales tax for this city. Every time we make another effort for Main Street and our old town, money is sent right back into the city to make it better. And so I know that that $1,000 per unit that will be out there, I know that there's 32 requested, 34 total. I know that those other two will be immediately gobbled up and used in front of the restaurants. But I do want to mention that as a retailer, those things, the patios, are super important to me because it keeps people in town longer. It draws people into those restaurants that may have skipped and gone somewhere else. So even though it's not sitting in front of my retail space, I 100% hope that you guys can waive the fee or find a way to actually enhance those patios for this program so that I can continue to run my business here. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
Rick Crone, to be followed by Josh Cooperman.
Good evening. I'm Rick Crone. I'm the president of the Downtown Business Association in Louisville and Ward 3 resident since 1987. Thanks for the opportunity to be able to speak with you tonight. While we were disappointed that the temporary closure didn't get approved, and there were a lot of negative comments, unfortunately, really more or less on both sides, we definitely appreciate the city's endorsement of a substantially enhanced patio program and are enthusiastic to participate in that program. We've had a lot of internal meetings, as the city manager had mentioned. There are discussions with city staff. We've had communications with neighbors, and so we're working on it. We don't have the full enhanced program, certainly at this point. We're working on it, and I think it'll come online during the course of the summer. Your adoption of Resolution Number 20, Series of 2024, is an important and welcome first step towards enhanced program. It is part of the enhanced program. I also believe that it does follow help fulfill the city's goal to promote the thriving business climate, which is mentioned in the staff report. We thoroughly endorse that. So we endorse the adoption of the resolution as presented. I'd like to point out, of course, that there are many more steps that will need to be taken before we've got the program completely together, and we're looking forward to working with the city on those steps. Your EV manager is doing a pretty good job on getting it together at this point. So, thank you. And
thanks, Rick.
hope for approval.
Josh Cooperman, to be followed by Patrick Walsh.
Right. Josh Cooperman. I live in Louisville. I am all in favor of an enhanced patio program for downtown, but I would like to suggest that you try to get a little bit more information that is present in the staff report. I thought it was a little bit slim compared to usual on information, and I'll make a few comments along those lines. On the other hand, Patrick, who's going to follow me, I guess, he wrote a very nice letter to you, which had some more information, but which I thought was quite useful to learn about. So first of all, I'm kind of wondering, what constitutes substantially enhanced? And I guess, we don't really need a definite answer about that. Everyone has lots of ideas for what substantially enhanced could mean. A subsidiary question is, for whom should the patio program be substantially enhanced? And again, it should be enhanced for everyone, for businesses, for residents, for visitors, and so on. So I thought I'd put out a few ideas that I just thought of recently for substantial enhancements. When you were discussing the possible Main Street closure, Councilor Kern put forth an idea about a bicycle corral, which I really liked. Without closing Main Street, it might be hard to set up a corral, but we could do something smaller scale. You could have bicycle racks in the parking spots adjacent to the patios, for instance. And you could, even if it's possible to put up lights on the patios, maybe you could have e-bicycle charging next to the patios as well. Another thought I had was shading. It might be really nice to be able to shade the patios. And what would be really great would be solar shades that then power the lights themselves. Other things would be cool would be like street art or street performers. I'm sure there are lots of other ideas out there. Okay. So I just have a little bit of time. Anyway, so I wanted to answer the question, does this fee waiver constitute a substantial enhancement? And from the testimony we just heard, it's clearly a substantial enhancement for the businesses, and that might be a very good reason to pass the resolution. But I think we should think a little bit more about the impacts that waiving the fee will have, or at least I would just like to know more about the impacts that it might have. What would be the financial impact on the city, since usually you'd pull in $33,000 from those fees. And and how does that compare to how much it takes to maintain them, to install them, to buy them, and so forth? I don't know. I just think you should address some of those questions to some extent before passing the resolution. Thanks.
Thank you, Josh.
Patrick Walsh to be followed by Andrew Mueller.
Hello, my name is Patrick Walsh. I am a business owner of several businesses downtown, as well as a resident at 570 West Cedar Place. I'd like to just elaborate on the email that I sent, as well as the two attached documents that I sent to all of the council, as well as I think almost every business downtown. And state one thing very clearly, that I'm a staunch advocate for all businesses downtown and their continued prosperity. I believe that this program was started with that intention, to act as a tool to gain more business for the businesses downtown, not just restaurants who have been the ones that have participated in the program most, but businesses like Acme that enjoy the benefits of the increased popularity of the downtown area because of this program. I heard the city's comments about the ongoing costs of this program, but I think it's important to also recognize that by participating in this program, businesses like mine incur a great deal of expense to do so. And we have to furnish these patios, and we have to store the furniture that we furnish these patios with. We have to also account for additional staff that needs to staff those areas that are kind of difficult to do. They're not really within the purview of our normal operation. And so those are real costs that we have to incur. And to be faced with a fee as we come out of winter, which is the most difficult time for restaurants as a whole, to be faced with a large fee like this is a very difficult proposition, one that I have to incur because I want to be a part of this program. I think it's got a great deal of value. And I'm willing to take that sacrifice, but there's others that may not be able to financially afford that. And they shouldn't be excluded from the program just because of that financial burden. And that is a really important thing for me to express to you guys because I do have a exceptionally fortunate position with two of my restaurants, Bittersweet Cafe and Poor Wine House. I've got huge patios. Nobody really has that downtown, and I have that at both locations. And I would happily enjoy the patios that are being offered to me just for the sake of being part of the program. But I also would rather give them to other people that would maybe benefit better from it. But I think that there's some people that just can't afford to. But I also think that we should look at expanding this program so that retailers can have something
If you could
similar.
finish up, your
Sorry.
time is up.
Didn't see the time, but that's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Patrick.
Andrew Muller to be followed by Sherry Summer.
Good evening, Andrew Muller. I'm a Boulder County resident. We own part owners of 701, 820, 836, and 844 Main. I wanted to compliment you all because this issue of the patio seems to have come up suddenly and you were able to change your course very much, and that's a sign of a council that listens to its citizenry, and I think it says a lot about you all. So thank you very much for doing that. Downtown businesses are under an awful lot of pressure. Real estate taxes in the last year have gone up substantially. The taxes for 820 Main alone went from $35,000 to $60,000 last year. All the tenants kind of bear that cost either directly or indirectly. And so there's a lot of things squeezing people, and the fact that you're able to look at how we can make things more vibrant downtown, I think once again deserves praise. The other thing that I think is interesting is that the patio program, when people come downtown, they're able to frequent retail businesses. Also, the sales tax from the increased restaurant revenue. The vibrancy of downtown adds more to the downtown residential structure, and I just think it makes the city a nicer place to live, and I think the benefits of that are far-reaching. If you all would like to discuss some retail things we can do outside, we have a lot of space in front of 844 Main. We could hire some jugglers or whatever you want to do. Call me, let me know. We're open to anything that's acceptable to you all. So thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Next is Sherry Summer.
This is Sherry Summer, resident of Louisville. I want to say thank you to the staff for doing such a great job. Getting additional parking at a nominal fee, that's a real breakthrough. And just putting together a really great plan with so many moving pieces in a short time frame. So great job, staff. I want to kind of follow up on what Josh said and a little bit of what Eric said. I'd love to know what the total cost investment for Main Street is between the baskets. I don't know if you can assess using public-private property for private purposes, the prorated cost of the patios, the cost of the city's labor, and then the fee for the parking, the additional parking. I would love to know that number. And as Eric and Josh mentioned, the lost revenue, it'll be lost from somewhere. So I wonder how the city will make that up. I wonder how the LRC will contribute to this program if they intend to. And how you will assess the success of the enhanced patio program with a fee reduction or waiver after the season is over. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Sherry. Okay, do we have, yes, if you signed up, please do.
Scott Daborski.
Good evening, Scott Daborski, resident of Louisville, 565 Lafarge Avenue, business owner. I guess I'm part of what they call now, from what we're hearing, is the anti-business crowd, is what the new thing is that they call us for not supporting the closure of Main Street. But I wanted to come up because I think the patio program is a great program for all the businesses downtown, and not charging a fee for the patios is a great benefit to all those businesses. You know, being called anti-business is funny to me since my family owns 4 businesses here in Louisville, and one of them is one of the oldest ones for 52 years. We got a second one for 40 years. My sister owns a business, I own a business, so it's funny that we're called the anti-business crowd by business leaders downtown. So I think that's hilarious. So, but I'm in great support of our businesses in the patio program. I'd love to see them enhanced because I think it brings a lot down to the community, especially with the flower baskets and adding more for them what they do. Adding things for the retailer would be great. If they could do some outside spaces for them, do like a trunk show type of thing for the retailers would be great. So we'd be in great support of that and allow them to create additional tax revenue for them and all that. You know, we support Louisville a lot. We've supported for a very, very long time. Just my wife and I, we spend over $5,000 a year just spending money downtown at Bob's Diner, having breakfast every morning that we get to spend time together. So being called anti-business is kind of weird to me, especially from business owners. So, but we definitely support this. I would like to say that as business owners, one of the hardest things to do is to look in the mirror and ask yourself, am I doing everything as a business owner that I need to be doing to make my business successful, right? If you reach out to the Restaurant Association and talk to the Business Affairs Liaison, he'll tell you that 80% of businesses fail in the first 3 years. Of all businesses, not just restaurants. All businesses, 80% fail in the first 3 years. So it's a hard thing to do. You got to be a very tough person to be a business owner and run your own business, right? So by looking yourself in the mirror and asking, am I doing everything every day to keep my business successful? Do I need to open earlier so I can catch the restaurant crowd that starts at 8 between Bob's and the Huckleberry and Moxie, right? Am I catching the dinner crowd, right? If I'm closing at 5, am I really catching that dinner crowd? Maybe I need to stay open a couple more hours, right? So by waiving this fee, I love the business. Keeping it, I think they never should have been charged a fee to be able to promote more business for downtown. So moving forward, I'd love to see that be something they have. If I go a little longer, I'd like to pull my minutes with my son, Stone Daborski, if that'd be all right. But I'm in great support of this. I'd love to see the enhanced program, love to see a little more detail. And if we need to get more people involved, that would help the DBA in coming up with more ideas, because I have plenty. And we'd love to get with the DBA and have discussions of how this could benefit not just the businesses of Louisville, but the residents on Front or Lafarge or any
You could
of
finish up, please.
of
He's
Lowtown residents.
pulled.
So I like to pull
We got
my
another
son.
3
I won't take it all. I'm about done. So, but anything we can do to help the businesses. I don't know if the original patios that were left that I believe came from Home Depot originally are still around. Some of the deck that were built originally. So that'd be a great thing. Some of the old flower boxes. We've seen pictures on the chamber site of some of the old flower boxes on the chamber's website that had beautiful flowers in them that were wood boxes that align the patios. So if there's some items that we used in the past that would help save some cost, that'd be a great thing. And we definitely would support that the city waive the fee for the businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Terry Muller.
I just have to say I'm extremely nervous to talk to all of you, so bear with me. I just wanted to make a couple points. I also live in Boulder County. We do not live in Louisville, but we own buildings here on Main Street. I'm Andrew's wife. And I just want to let you know that when we first bought buildings here in 2006, you could sleep in the street here. There was not much going on in this town. This was before it became the #1 city a couple of times for Money Magazine and various things of that nature. And anything you can do to support the businesses here supports everyone. It supports the ownership of homes. It supports, recreation centers. It helps with everything. So it's not just a limited thing that the business owners are profiting from this. The entire community profits from it, having a viable downtown. In 2013, when they first brought in the new patios that the city, the improved patios, Malcolm Fleming was the city manager at that time, and he said that it significantly increased the tax revenue. I don't know. I mean, that's just something he said to us. It's in a letter that I have. And the patios were paid for, from my understanding, in the budget in 2013. So I know you've had to build some more patios, but initially the cost was borne by the budget in 2013. So I think it's probably feasible to lower the cost or eliminate the cost to the city, to the businesses. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, it looks like we have, I appreciate all of the public comment. These are incredibly important for us. I haven't said this before, but part of the reason why it's important is, one, just the ideas that we can get from them. Another is to provide some kind of record relating to what the benefits are, particularly here. Very important to have information relating to that. We can't just simply take some actions that are sort of in the nature of public-private partnership without some kind of community benefit. And this is a good chance to get that. And it's important for you all to be heard. And I say not only to those in the room or on Zoom, but also the wider community. It's incredibly important for us to give that forum to you. So with that, council questions and discussion. Who'd like to start us off? Councilmember Hapner.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I mean, I think this is sort of, from my perspective, a no-brainer. It's an easy thing we can do. It's, I'm sure Director Bailey could tell us, but I think it's a nominal amount of money, a fraction of a % of the city's budget. You know, I appreciate the need to build some goodwill after a hard decision a few weeks ago. You know, I'm hopeful to see the other enhancements, but this is one we can easily do.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, generally, I've sort of defended the cost of the patios over the years to some of my local business owners. Like, hey, you know, they're expensive and they got to maintain them, and there's a lot of money that goes into it, and it's a benefit to you. So I think this is a reasonable amount to pay. You certainly want them, right? So I think it's been a fair price. I think this is therefore an incredible enhancement to have something that is of great value be given without a fee for it. So, you know, I don't think any of us quite know exactly what the significantly enhanced, is that the S word? Substantially enhanced patio program necessarily is. It's potentially lights, it's potentially better flowers, it's potentially some other things, but it's not really well defined. So this is something we can grab onto and say, for sure, this is something that we were putting $1,000 to $3,000 back in your pocket, depending on how many you were reserving. And to be clear, most of these people have already reserved, in some cases already paid for their patios. So they're in, right? They're in either way. And so this is a substantial enhancement. And one comment I would just like to make, I think that, you know, I apologize for the friction between some of our local business owners. But I think, you know, one of the pieces is, it kind of reminds me of may not get the connection, but Craig T. Nelson, coach, who's like, I grew up on food stamps. No one ever helped me out. Okay. These businesses should do whatever they can to help themselves out. Well, they organized, they got together, they came to the city and they said, close down Main Street because we're gonna have an amazing summer and do great things, and we're together and we're collaborating and we want this and this is gonna help us, and this is us organizing and doing everything we can for our businesses. It was a version of that, right? So there are lots of ways that all these business owners work to survive, and that was one of the plans, right? And now they're pivoting very quickly and saying, okay, how am I gonna do it with the patios, right? And I don't know why that's happening. Anyways, and so they're pivoting, and I appreciate that, and I hope that we truly can enhance it. And some of the ideas even that Josh brought up, Great ideas. Lots of people have lots of ideas, and I hope there are lots of things that can come of it, and events and other things that will. I know we have the Dinner on Main coming in just like June 2nd or something like that, where we have tables down Main Street. It's this amazing event, and the street will be closed temporarily for that. And so there'll be lots of things like that, and hopefully this will be a wonderful summer. But I'm certainly in support of this gesture.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. It's clear from conversations with business owners and citizens that there is a desire to revitalize Main Street. That is, to many, the heart of Louisville, that area, and brings them a lot of joy. I think under the enhanced patio program for 2024, this makes sense, but I have a few things that I think it's really important to keep in mind, because equity keeps popping in my head with this conversation, and I want to think about businesses not just in Main Street area, but also we have other areas of Louisville where businesses could use some help. So I would love to use between now and next year as an opportunity to have a conversation about how we're equitable in these sorts of programs outside of the Main Street area. I also want to make sure that we discuss, and Patrick brought this up, I wrote down, I think I'm quoting you appropriately, but others shouldn't be excluded because they can't afford to participate. So with that in mind, these 2 remaining patios, I have concerns about if we do a first come, first served basis for those. I think it might be interesting if we strategize of are there some restaurants who didn't even put their name in the hat to participate because they couldn't afford? Can we strategically approach a few who haven't participated due to cost, invite them in, so then when we plan for next year, we might get more patios? Or could we invite a retailer to experiment with it? So I just, those 2 patios, I want to think of how we can use those strategically to enhance those who haven't already participated. But overall, I think this is a great idea, and we should use it for a springboard over the next year for more strategizing.
Thanks. Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I would actually like to thank you so much, Councilwoman Hamilton. I agree. I think with the placement of the 2 remaining patios, maybe even retail business owners get to decide the location of those, so that instead of it maybe just being more restaurant seating, they're placed strategically either on main, side streets, or front to bring people to that. If they see the lights, if they see the flowers, they might come to those spaces just to congregate around there. I couldn't be in more support of this, spending the city spending the money, not the businesses, to enhance the program, to encourage community to gather on Main Street is exactly the first step. And I apologize, actually, that a couple of weeks ago that wasn't added to the suggestion of what enhanced meant, that it should have included this. We shouldn't have needed to take this long. I'm sorry for that. This is good. We need more of them, and we need more of them this year if it's possible. City Manager? At all, and at no cost to the additional businesses, because I do think, as Eric Reed was saying, it brings more traffic to all of the businesses, the more it looks interesting and inviting. Even if it doesn't mean that they're sitting in front of the restaurant where they're dining, maybe they grab a cup of coffee at Bittersweet and stroll around and sit in a space outside of one of the retail spaces, relaxing, enjoying the flowers with their dog next to them, and then they go into the retail space. I think that that's what we're trying to accomplish. And I also agree with Councilmember Hefner, this definitely should be a very easy yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
I will agree with everything that's already been said. I think this is a wonderful program that we can offer to the local businesses. And speaking of having more patios, I'm coming back to Mr. Dvorsky's comment that we have old patios and flower someplace. I don't know where. If we could find those, that would be nice. They're gone? Oh, darn. Okay, well, it was a good idea. Okay. Okay, but I am in total support of this program. Thank you.
Yes.
So along those lines, I believe the original ones were donated from Home Depot, or they, I mean, is there any way we can go back? Maybe that contact is still around. I'm looking at you, Jeff. Just a thought. No pressure.
That was at least 10 years ago, so I don't know.
I know. People stay at jobs for a while, but I'm just thinking, can we approach them for some, all right, Rick,
I can comment on it if you like.
please.
Please.
Mr. Mayor, okay. Rick Crone, President of the DBA. I was there. I've been on this board since 2003. The original patios were basically a combination of a donation by Home Depot, a major donation by Home Depot, and the work of Rhonda Grassi, who used to own a building down in 900 block, and also Pritchard, whose first name I've forgotten offhand. Chris Pritchard. So they really spearheaded the thing. The DBA put them together with the Home Depot help and deployed them. That was the first generation. Frankly, we wore them out. The second the DBA, and by the way, this didn't cost the restaurants anything, or the businesses anything. We were a completely free program. After wearing that generation out, we had a second generation of them, which the DBA paid for. They weren't spectacularly expensive. They were all wood and put together, I think, primarily through volunteer labor. We wore those out. So the third generation is the generation that the city provided and what we have now. And frankly, you guys did such a much better job than we ever could do that it's been a fabulous program. I congratulate all of you for helping out on that. Adding the flowers, we actually had the flowers originally. Having the flowers done by the city, you've done a much greater job than we could have done. There was a comment earlier about shade on the patios. Actually, the furniture on the patios is all provided by the people who have acquired the patios. In other words, the restaurants are paying for their own furniture, they're paying for their shade structures, and that's been how it's been since the city has taken over. And actually, it was the same thing for furniture when the DBA had the program. So again, congratulations, you guys have done a great job. This is another good thing that the city can do to enhance the patio program. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. I'm going to make a few comments, and then I'll try to summarize. People can respond to my comments too, of course. There's one question about sort of why this year? Why this year? I think one of the, and I think that goes to what the community benefit is of this. We've lost businesses downtown. We hear comments about that from our residents, from businesses, from folks who would otherwise come downtown and might not maybe go to another community. We need the activation. We need something that's zippy, that's a little more exciting, that activates both the restaurants and the foot traffic that is generated for retail businesses. And it's an experiment in vibrancy, in enhancing that. We've had big increases in rents downtown. And for the business owners that don't have buildings, which is most of them, that's a challenge. And that has hit a lot of people hard in a year when they're still recovering from COVID-19, but also being hit with these property tax, property tax increases particularly, all over the place. I think for the business or the building owners, I mean, this is something they presumably pass on to their tenants, and the tenants pass on to the customers. But it's a very delicate balance, as anybody who is in any of those three positions knows about how exactly you do that. I don't think that people understand, and I want to make this point pretty clear, that businesses that own property pay more tax, substantially more tax, than the rest of us do as residents. And that's really important to know, how much there is a benefit to the community generally of those businesses being here and those property owners being here. So I want that to be kind of clear. And in terms of what we're likely to get for this bump, this $34,000 that we're not charging people, I think we are likely to get higher revenue. We'll see how that works. We'll see, hopefully, as the reports come in, whether we're gonna see that. Now, is it easy to measure? No, it's not easy to measure. But I guarantee you that the business owners will be able to tell you whether there's more foot traffic and whether they've got more people coming in, whether the lines are longer at the restaurants. I'd love all those things to happen. And, for those of you who are watching and out there, and those of you who might be reporting, it's really important for the community to get out there and make this happen, because it's not just like you enhance something. People need to make that happen. The businesses are going to be doing work. The neighborhood needs to step up to that. The businesses need to support one another. And if there are additional ideas around what can be included in the substantial enhancement, you've heard some ideas tonight that I think are good ones. The perfect can't be the enemy of the good here. And one of the reasons we're doing this tonight, you might ask, is because we're on the verge of setting these things out or setting them up. So it's urgent. It's only a part of that program. It's not the whole program. I think one other thing that comes out too, or comes up, is, well, this is all going to downtown, and we hear this from other businesses elsewhere in town. Wait, what about us? We have continued retention on downtown, which isn't the largest part of our revenue picture in Louisville. And we all know that there is something very, very special about downtown. I don't know whether different people have different ideas of what the heart of Louisville is. Tom Horst would say it's small business. Some people would say it's the hospital. Some people would say it's the schools and the kids. Not many people would say it's the city council. But I think it is. But I do think that we can make this good, and we are on a good pathway. What I'm hearing from others is there are some ideas that may be able to be done at perhaps some cost. I hesitate. I think this is something other council members may want to weigh into. I'm less interested in being prescriptive about, personally, about how the program works in terms of who gets the last two. I think I'm going to leave that to staff and the way they've set this up. I think the more we can do that is not costly, the better. I think there's, as I understand it, there's one business that has offered to provide some wayfinding services, and that's great. And I'm hoping that we need some skin in the game from the business community. I think they've indicated they want that, and they will do that, and we need to help them out. I think there are, I think the staff report was slim. Why? Because staff has worked really hard in getting this information together, and we needed to get closure on this. We need to get closure so that the businesses know what's coming, so that people know what's coming, so that we can move also to other issues. So that's what I have to say in terms of the other. I think I am very much in support. It sounds like we have good consensus around that, and the details I think can be staff obtained and staff driven, and we've heard most of them. Yes.
I'd like to move the passage
I'd like
of
to move
resolution number 20, series 2024, with one minor amendment to change the year from 20,204 to 2024.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Take
Although I
a-
hope we have patios in the year 20,204. Substantially enhanced.
Yes. Can we take a roll call vote?
Councilmember Hamilton.
Yes.
Councilmember Fahy.
Yes.
Councilmember Bierman.
Yes.
Mayor Lay.
Yes.
Councilmember Kern.
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson.
Yes.
Motion passes. Great. Let's move to item 10B. Update on community resilience, Marshall Fire Recovery. This has been continued a couple of times for good reason. March 19th, 2024, and April 2nd, 2024. Staff presentation.
Yeah, Mayor, I'll open this up briefly. We've got a few staff going to do some presentations. We're going to try to keep this presentation higher level. There's a lot of detail in your packet. Just want to clarify that we provided council an update on our progress status data back in July of last year. So this was Q1 of this year. It was time to come back and let you know how we've been doing as a community, as an organization since then. So this is not a all comprehensive, everything we've ever done kind of a presentation. This is where we've come from July to now and where we're going from there. So I'm going to turn it over to our director, Zaccaro, to take the first leg of this presentation.
All right, good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. I've got the first two slides. And I'm going to talk a little, there's a lot of statistics on my slides, and one of the things I want to mention is just how much work it's been the last 2.5 years with the community members and city staff to keep the rebuild moving. I think some of these statistics will show that. We did significantly enhance our community development staff over the last 2 years. Substantially enhanced our staff. We did bring on additional staff members, consultants, both in public works and planning and building to help with the rebuild efforts. We're still, as you'll see from these statistics, this is a long-term project. This isn't a 2-year rebuild. We've anticipated from the beginning something like a 5-year rebuild. But in any case, here's some of the most current statistics from January when we put the staff report together. As you could see, of the 549 homes that were lost, at that point in time, we were at about 75% either back home or in the rebuild process. It's gone up a little bit since then. We're at about 77%. But you can see with our data, we have 160 people with certificates of occupancy. We're now up to 196, just as an idea, over the last 2.5 months. So things are continuing to go up. The next table down here is how many people are participating in the Xcel Energy rebates. That's the data from January. One thing I note on that is I would expect more uptick on that because there is a lag period after people move back. Some people aren't applying for a while, so we are hoping to get more participation in that. We also have some data on fees that we've collected. We have a lot, back in January, we had 385 city use tax credit requests. There's now a state use tax program, so we're processing that paperwork for residents. We've also recently opened that up, not just to those who had fire damage to their home, but smoke and ash damage. So that program is live, so you can get a city use tax rebate as well. So we're expecting that number to go up. Next slide, please. So just an idea of permit activity at the city. The graph on the left is permit applications following the fire. So we saw our first building permit application in April of 2022. We just had one in that month. So that was really just a little over 3 months after the fire, we had our first permit application. You could see that we really peaked through the middle of 2023, and then the permit applications have started to drop off since then pretty substantially, and we're starting to see probably around 4 or 5 per month is what we're getting right now. And even since January, we've had on average 4 per month since then. So again, maybe that's going to be what we're going to see over time as the lots sell. The graph on the right are building inspections per month. You can see once we really got into the construction cycle of those building permits, we went up to over 1,000 building inspections per month. With our building inspectors, we've done over 13,000 inspections overall just for the Marshall Fire. So that's on top of all of our other work that we're doing in the department. So those are just the statistics of where we're at. The neighborhoods are becoming more and more occupied. You know, we'll be approaching, I think this summer, probably over 50% occupancy in the rebuild areas. We do have code enforcement out there. We're working with the builders to try to keep the properties managed and clean for those living in the neighborhoods now. With the recent windstorm, we did a lot of proactive communication and work. Just a shout out to Nancy Hodges, our community resource officer. She was out there before the windstorm working on that, getting sites cleaned up in preparation for the windstorm. That's all I have. I'm turning it over to Ryder.
Good evening, Council. Ryder Bailey, Finance Director, standing before you today. As I do, I'd like to recognize the significant efforts of city staff across the whole organization. Our first responders, our public utility workers, but also the folks working tirelessly behind the scenes, tracking our costs to maximize reimbursements and mitigate financial impacts to the city. In total, Marshall Fire disaster expenses totaled $29.8 million. I am proud to say, through the efforts and hard work of folks like Don Burgess, Kevin Fry, Kim Baker, Jordan Gotsky, and of course, Kiana Freeman, that we are anticipating to recover about 75% or $21.4 million of those costs. I have a pie chart on the left, and you can see those sources broken out. FEMA's one of the largest, that's the blue on the lower right-hand corner. We've got insurance proceeds, some grants, the orange slide about 3.7 million, as well as the yellow sliver of 200K. Those are FEMA and Colorado OES reimbursements we have yet to be received. The two smaller pies on the right-hand side are known uncoverable disaster-related expenses and lost revenues. The largest slice of that pie in the upper right is gray, about 1.9 million. That's lost revenues. That's largely within our utility funds, property tax assessments, and some in our golf course and rec center. In the lower right are potentially uncovered disaster-related expenses. These are largely yet to be incurred, largely pavement damage, but also parks and median damage as well. These costs are not anticipated to be covered by insurance or FEMA, but staff is continuously seeking external sources whenever available, and these will be part of future budget discussions. End of my slide.
Thanks, Ryder.
Good evening, Kiana Freeman, Recovery and Resilience Manager for the city. So in addition to what Director Zuccaro was mentioning about the physical rebuilds, our staff in a variety of departments have been working really hard on recovering from the Marshall Fire for our communities. At a very high level, a lot of details are in your information packets, but at a high level, our Public Works team has continued to monitor streets and the overall damage and sidewalks in the burn areas, continuing to make sure that our communities in the rebuild areas are safe. They're also working on a variety of different safety aspects, such as water meters, replacements for homes in those rebuild areas as one of their projects. 2024 will be a continued initiative for them to work with the rebuild areas and anyone that's moving back into the community. Our Public Works, our Open Space and Parks departments continue to repair or have repaired all of the damaged areas. So our Open Space in particular, they've completed all the repairs that were damaged from the Marshall Fire. Our parks will work hard over this 2024 year to make sure that they are replacing any landscaping that was impacted by the fire. Next slide. One thing I'd like to call out in particular is the community engagement piece that our historical museum has worked really hard over the last couple of years on post-fire. One thing that this museum team did, which was really great to see, was to give a space for these survivors and those affected by Marshall Fire, a space to tell their story. And one thing to call out is, to date, the museum, in coordination with the CU Boulder Anthropology Department, they've collected 31 oral stories and 43 written stories to date. They're still active and they're still collecting those stories and then preserving them. So it gives that space to people who have experienced the Marshall Fire a place to really preserve their stories, which is really important in this overall resilience to the Marshall Fire. So it's one call out and a majority of other call outs, that the staff has been participating in, but this is one that is a great effort that we continue to see even over 2.5 years later. Next slide. In terms of preparedness and resilience, specifically into the Marshall Fire, our first responder teams continue to monitor the safety of our communities post-fire. Our Louisville Police Department is monitoring the fire rebuild areas. They're focusing on patrols and the overall visibility in those particular neighborhoods. They've also started education about CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design, and really educating people on environmental design and the safety aspect, especially in those rebuild areas. They have noted that between June of 2023 and December of 2023, burglaries at construction sites and thefts in the rebuild areas have decreased by 74%. Our fire protection district has taken Marshall Fire and continued discussions and partnering with different agencies across the county and also the region to implement new response protocols specifically for wildfires. This is in coordination for all fire departments across the county, as well as across different municipalities, specifically targeting also partnership with Boulder County Sheriff's Office. They've also participated in a variety of work groups, specifically looking at the aftermath of Marshall Fire to enhance based on recommendations that have come from the Marshall Fire area, as well as revise and implement different plans and responses to urban interface wildfires. Open space, as they presented to council late last year, they have implemented a wildfire hazard risk assessment report, or a WRA. They've taken the information from that research that they did with the consultants that they hired and have started implementing different recommendations from that report to reduce fuels from that WRA. This includes perimeter mowing, goats and cattle grazing, which are coming back this year, really implementing noxious feed control, as well as removal of woody fuels, looking at that open space mitigation recommendations. 2024 is going to be a big year for them to partner with different municipalities and agencies to continue that overall mitigation for wildfire risk reduction. Now moving into recovery and resilience. The Recovery and Resilience Division started in August of 2023 last year, so it's about 8 months old. And really, the outcome of the Recovery and Resilience Division is to set up 4 main buckets that cover different areas of disaster management and preparedness and response. So this cycle that you can see on the screen is really the main 4 buckets that the Recovery and Resilience is tackling. One includes preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. That cycle of evaluating, creating these different buckets, and providing that those efforts to the city creates the overall resilience structure for the division and into the city of Louisville. Specifically diving into preparedness and mitigation, some of the projects that the Recovery and Resilience Division is taking on for preparedness is looking at training and exercise, not just for the staff, but also for the community, specifically looking at disasters and what training and exercises could better prepare and increase that resilience and lessen the risk. Also looking at community preparedness programs. One of the initiatives that came out of this year was to partner with Town of Superior and implement the disaster preparedness education series and revamp that as with partnership and implement that to the community. That particular program focuses on a different topic each month about disaster preparedness to hopefully increase the resilience to the community. Also part of preparedness is developing plans, whether that's plans for response, recovery, mitigation, but really looking at what the gaps are within the city and really tackling that plan development. Emergency notifications also is included into preparedness, really educating people on the coordination between City of Louisville and Boulder County, specifically on emergency notifications, and then bringing that to the community to better educate people on what happens when a disaster could occur. And then education and outreach, whether that's to staff or to the community on various disaster preparedness settings and different type topics. This could be animal preparedness to grab lists to kind of larger scale outside of the public safety initiatives that our police and first responders are already doing. Mitigation is partnering and really supporting that wildfire risk assessment, looking at physical mitigation in the private property space and supporting the public property space with our open space division. And then continuing to engage with Boulder County and the Wildfire Protection Plan, or the CWPP, that the county is doing, and really engaging in that. Once that CWPP is completed, it will come back to the city, and we'll continue to evaluate what mitigation efforts we need to bring in-house to the city. For response and recovery, the Recovery and Resilience Division does do response. This includes providing support to different response communication efforts for whatever is going on. The Recovery and Resilience will ensure that there's communication and supported throughout our comms division, as well as external communications that may be going out. They potentially could activate the Department Operations Center. That's our physical place of where operations would occur if an incident was going on. And then activating the recovery plan, which I'll come back to in the recovery section in just a second. And then providing support to our partners. So if something doesn't necessarily happen in Louisville, we're good partners, and we'll go actually sit in the Emergency Operations Center at the county level or with another agency. There's not always enough staff to go around, and that's why we share partners, because we want to make sure we're leveraging all the staff that we could have in other municipalities. So we want to be good partners and provide that support and that expertise to others. And so the Recovery and Resilience Division will definitely go sit when needed for other municipalities. And finally, the last bucket, recovery, really aiding the community when something happens. How do we continue these recovery efforts to return to the new norm or adjusting to what the new life could be? Part of the recovery efforts that the Recovery and Resilience Division is doing is, yes, supporting the Marshall Fire, not just in the necessarily the physical rebuilds, but really all the efforts that are going on that the city is doing a tremendous amount of work on, whether that is supporting the open space division, the parks division, police, fire, et cetera, really making sure that whoever's coming into the city, into the Marshall Fire areas, making sure that they have the support that they need. The recovery plan that I just mentioned, one of the things that the Recovery and Resilience Division is taking on is building a recovery plan for large-scale incidences. This is a plan that is for specifically the internal staff of how do we run operations if something were to happen on a short and long-term scale, but then navigating what that looks like in the community interface. And then finally, making sure that staff and employee are supported through long-term recovery operations. This includes providing mental and behavioral health support that may be needed, really providing the resources so that way the staff continues to be able to provide their services if something were to happen and we're able to keep operations up and running. Overall, for next steps in, yes, Marshall Fire recovery, and also what does it look like for the Recovery and Resilience Division of between now and the rest of 2024, the city has accomplished a lot, and at a very high level, I talked very fast. We went through just a few of the projects from Marshall Fire and what the Recovery and Resilience Division plans to do for 2024. And so while we've accomplished a lot, we still know that there's a lot of work to do at the staff level. We really know that the Marshall Fire recovery is not completed yet, and so we still want to make sure that we are providing a really strong support system all the way through the end to the community that are continuing to rebuild in those areas. We also want to make sure that we are continuing to establish this brand new division. Again, it's about 8 months old. August of 2023 is when the division started, and so we're always adjusting every single day to tailor what the needs are of our community and also our staff. And so for us, what that looks like is collaborating with, yes, staff and our community, but also local and other municipalities and agencies, because we want to be a good partner. Disasters are complex, and we want to make sure that we're setting up these systems properly and making sure that we are continuing to establish this division in the way that Louisville needs it, because it is unique and disasters are unique. And so we feel that we're always evaluating the need every single day. We're also making sure that we're going to work to minimize the fiscal impact to the city from post-Marshall Fire, but then also looking at future disasters and emergencies and really establishing a program that helps evaluate future budgets and emergency reserves. So that's kind of a big initiative for 2024 that our finance teams have and also other departments that are engaging in, but we feel it's really important post-Marshall Fire to really look at kind of the lessons learned from the Marshall Fire and adapt to where the city is going to be in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments. Why don't we actually take public comments first, and then we can ask questions on council and make comments after that. Do we have any?
First will be Tanya Samaru. Tanya, we're unable to hear you on our end.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Okay, great. Hi, thank you, Council, for this opportunity to speak. I just want to say that I'm a fire-impacted resident, and I'm just home in my new house. And there's a few things we'd like to see moving forward. We would love to see, this is actually Larry Sonner's suggestion, an annual joint preparedness presentation from the Chief of Police and the Chief of the Fire Department, giving the state of preparedness of those departments. Something the residents would like to see. Also, as part of this presentation, it would be really great to hear more about home hardening. I guess I did hear it. It wasn't in the previous packet, so I was happy to see it come up today. We would really like to see an update on building permit fees and any potential reconciliation to refund fees if costs don't meet fees. I'm looking around my neighborhood right now as I speak, and I think there are about 4 or 5 families who have $400,000 to rebuild their house and have not managed to get there yet. There's still a lot of people in that position, and every little bit helps. And finally, keeping this brief, there's a group of fire-impacted people who were meeting with the city to discuss preparedness and home hardening, and we weren't having meetings with the city, and we're not having them anymore. But we would love to get back to having some more community engagement. And thank you so much for this update, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Tanya. Do we have any other
Next
comments?
is Josh Cooperman.
Josh Cooperman, I live in Louisville. I need to stress one fact, a crucial fact that is unfortunately often overlooked. Climate change mitigation is wildfire risk mitigation. Climate change is a leading, if not the leading factor in heightening wildfire risks. We know this firsthand. Very probably, climate change exacerbated the environmental conditions that exacerbated the Marshall Fire, although I do not know of an attribution study that is specific for the Marshall Fire. So if we are serious about mitigating wildfire risk, then we should be just as serious, actually even more serious, about mitigating climate change. I believe that we are serious about both. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Okay. Those are the public comments. Let's take it back to council. Questions and comments. Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
I have a question for Kiana. Is this your first time presenting to us here? Thank you very much. You did a wonderful job. It was a thorough presentation. I appreciate the information. I don't have any questions about the content that you presented, but I wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Fahey.
I will echo that sentiment as well. And also thank you. I'm pretty sure you probably had something to do with the emails that were sent out immediately after the power shutdown, which were much more instructive and helpful than anything we got from Excel. So thank you.
Tim?
This is just for anyone really in the room. Are there any tangible examples of things we did last weekend with the high winds that are a direct result of sort of our preparedness planning, whether it's, you know, things from the fire department or otherwise, communications? Are there good examples of some things we did this time that we didn't do last time?
Yeah, we have not completed an after-action review of the work that we did. That's scheduled for next week. So I don't want to get out in front of that necessarily, but I do feel like as a leadership team, we came together very well. Staff was working well together. I think we got our communications fired up a lot sooner than happened with the Marshall Fire. Granted, I'm not sure it's an apples to apples kind of a comparison. We have Keon on our staff, so we've been doing some preparedness, trainings that I think helped us a bit with that as well. I don't want to go too much farther than that, other than to say that we have that after action scheduled next week, and I can give you more after that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just probe a little farther in that. Like, of course, it wasn't the same because we didn't have a fire, right? But there were, you know, I got communications. For instance, Xcel Energy shut down some of their lines, right? Like, that was something that didn't happen last time. That wasn't our action, that was their action. And that prompted us on some things, communications about the library and other things, right? Chief Wilson, you're in the back. I don't know if you have any examples of, like, I literally don't know if, like, you called in volunteers ahead of time, or you did anything, or you deployed trucks earlier, or was there any notable thing? I mean, no fire happened, so it's not like you had to fight a fire, but was there any note, were people just on higher alert? Like, was there any example of, again, something that changed for the fire department from learned experiences?
I think while Chief is coming up, I would add that I reflected on Monday and Tuesday after that this was a disaster that felt like a disaster, but maybe wasn't exactly a disaster in terms of the power shutoff versus a fire. And I know in looking back, a few days afterwards, a lot of our staff that was here engaged in the fire, myself included, kind of jumped into that adrenaline mode pretty darn quickly. And so that's something that I want to have some conversations about with our team as far as debriefing. And, that's good. Adrenaline's good, but it's also not good.
John Wilson, Louisville Fire Protection District. So I think a couple things that kind of examples. One of them was early notification between the district and the city itself internally, maybe not so much out publicly because we didn't really have a lot of information coming from Excel so that we could tell them or what the people, what you should do in those things. It increased my call volume about 11 extra calls. So a couple people without oxygen, a couple people with medical devices, a couple people were transported because of those reasons. I didn't upstaff at all, but I had to kind of evaluate or get situational awareness, and I think the situational awareness was a lot better this time. We knew about what parts of the towns were affected. I know the city closed off the rec center and the library earlier to get people out, just in case they did lose power. So I think those things, and then I think the debriefing that we'll have in a week or so will bring a lot more details on what the city did and what the district did. So,
thanks. I want to bring it back to the fire sort of plans as a result of the Marshall Fire. And what I was going to ask is, from your perspective, Chief Gutierrez, what sorts of developments are you seeing in preparedness as we go forward? We heard from Keon on that. I really appreciate that in your presentation. But I just wondered what kinds of things you have been up to in terms of preparedness.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think as a city in general, we've done a lot of things in preparedness. Like we said, this was kind of a a high-level overview of what has been done. Comprehensively, though, we really have established more of a structured approach to these types of incidents. An example that I can throw out from how we dealt with the power outage is, we had previously created almost like a structure of internally what the city was going to go to in the event of a larger scale emergency or a disaster. And so we have kind of identified roles across the board from all the departments. So that was put into place, and Kiana actually did a really good job in creating that structure to kind of formalize really the program and the response that we were going to follow. And I think in the power outage situation, we actually went to that. We created an internal group that we could communicate with. We had a regular cadence of briefings. And then on top of that, we made sure that we were participating in the larger counties' briefings. So they were also held on a regular cadence. So I think that approaching situations from that perspective, we did a lot in terms of like, how would we manage it? And this was a good example of actually going through and putting those things into place. From a police perspective, fire is not really my specialty, but over the last 10 months, I've done a lot of engagement with community members in different groups, a lot of engagement with the CWPP program, any kind of event that has been fire-related or preparedness-related or mitigation efforts. I've really made it a point to ensure that either I or somebody from the police department was heavily involved in that so that we can have a better understanding of what are the impacts of wildfire and then how do we integrate with the fire response or a public safety response. And so I think we've created really good relationships with the fire district, with Boulder County ODM. And so I think that we have a seat at the table. We're listening to the information that's being discussed, but we also have a place where we're helping to strategize and come up with solutions on how we're going to move forward in terms of a large-scale event or an incident. So we know internally kind of if it's restricted to Louisville, we know how we're going to manage it. But if it goes outside the borders of Louisville and it's impactful to a regional effort, we're already at the table and having those conversations. So I think from a preparedness perspective, I've shifted the idea at my department to where I do have my command staff that are trained in some of the alerting mechanisms that are in place, so we know how to use the system, and so we're able to support the fire district if need be, but more importantly, we have a better understanding of how we're going to work together as a whole and collectively approach a public safety issue, whether it's a fire, some other disaster, or some other event.
Thanks a lot, Chief. That helps a lot, and I know people are very concerned about this generally, and one of the things I want to say thank you to staff for doing is engaging with the public and with the nonprofits. There's a lot of people that have ideas about this, and sometimes they're all in sync, and sometimes they come at this from a different angle, and trying to take all of this information in is sometimes a challenge. And we don't always do it right, or we don't do it right at a given point, and we switch and we adapt and we grow and become more resilient. And I do appreciate that. There's going to be more of that that's going to be necessary. It's not something we are by any means done with, but I applaud the efforts that have been done so far. And everybody's piling on Kiana, but thank you, Kiana, for a great first presentation. Don't expect this every single time you come to the dais. I'm just telling you right now. No, but any other comments from council members? Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. Thank you, Kiana. Good presentation. It was very thorough, the detail that we got. I think that the whole community going to the website and actually reading all that information would be helpful to those who are more curious to know what the details that you were referencing. There were a couple of things you were talking about next steps, and as Councilmember Dickinson, Mayor Pro Tem, was mentioning, this is sort of a lesson learned with the power outage and how that impacted a lot of people without it being a really scary, tragic emergency like a fire. It was a good way to test a lot of the systems that are currently in place that we've improved upon. It's nice to see where a lot of improvements have been made. It'll be good to see the after action report to see where we can continue to do better. Improvements are always welcome. I think that the city information was good. I'd love to see in next steps, though, improving the communication database that we use, like meaning where we send emails to residents so that it's not something's coming from somebody who signed up at the rec center or something signed up from somebody who's with Marshall Fire. But instead, if your email is in the city database, you are notified of an urgent or emergent situation that the city is trying to tell you about. I think that would be incredibly helpful. That's the feedback that I've received from dozens, if not hundreds, of residents after the power outages. I did want to ask about two things because I didn't see it specifically mentioned as far as mitigation measures. A lot of these are wonderful, great to see. The home hardening piece was one, but the big open space piece would be the ditches and the agreements that have worked to maintain those better moving forward to help the fire movement. That was one of the things that was evidenced after the fires, that was a big component to the fire coming to Louisville from Superior. So I wanted to see if we can get some information on where that is. And Chief, if you wouldn't mind, just so I don't have to say it, you can. I'd love for everyone to hear where the two sources are that they should be signing up for, whether that's through an app on their cell phone or have you, so that they can get emergency notifications in the future.
Yeah, primarily Everbridge is going to be the best course of action in terms of registration. Reachwell also does a supplement to the Everbridge system. I've got both registered on my phone, and it's very helpful to be able to get those alerts and notifications. In order to register through Everbridge, we do have a link on our city's website, as well as the Boulder County ODM website. They're able to go there. You click the link. It's a very simple and quick registration. You can register multiple addresses. So if you have a work, your home, school, places that are of importance to you, you can register multiple addresses through that system.
Perfect. So Reachwell and Everbridge are the two sources.
Yes, Everbridge would be the primary, and then Reachwell is kind of a supplemental to the Everbridge system.
Great. And I'd like to add one more thing. I did clarify with the city clerk a week ago on the city's website, if you go to notifications, email notifications, e-notifications, thank you. E-notifications, you can choose to have your email address in the system for anything and everything. So I really highly recommend, it will be helpful to receive future notifications, like based on the outage, as well as any other emergent things that the city's sending information on. So thank you, appreciate that update.
And along with that, thank you, Chief, for that plug for Everbridge. I was just about to make that. I mean, it's really important that this isn't automatic. I've had people who've asked me over and over again, gee, I thought that was automatic. I thought that happened just, no, you have to sign up for it. Please do, if you haven't signed up for it already. The other thing is I wanted to ask the city manager about progress on text notification, just generally about things that are going on with the city. We've got e-notification. A lot of people don't look at emails anymore. So I know we have plans for that because we've discussed them, but I just wanted, if you can give a high level, that'd be great.
Yeah, high level, we're having, our new communications manager is leading a number of conversations we're having about some of the issues that Councilmember Kern mentioned. We have a lot of different communication channels, a lot of different social channels. Which one is the right one? That's something that this event over the outage really highlighted, where people weren't sure of the one location. So those are conversations we're having. And then we're working on onboarding a new component to essentially our website. It's called Gov Delivery, which will enable us to do these text notifications to folks. You have more details on this. People have to sign up for that, though. It's another one of those.
Yes, thank you. They will have to sign up for it. We are working on that implementation. We actually just met on it today, so I have an update coming in my email tomorrow about that timeline. Apologies, I don't have that for you tonight. But we are working on it, and we will be also sending out communications to make sure we get people signed up for it and transferred over to that system. So it is on the way.
As that information firms up, please let us know. The other thing I was going to say from my perspective is the city manager, you'd mentioned that we'd had a relatively comprehensive update back in July, and I appreciate that. I think I'd like to try to kind of increase the frequency just as we're winding up some of the recovery. Just in your report, I think that might be a good thing every so often. It doesn't need to be this level of detail. I really appreciate this level of detail, and I think the council does too from the nods. But you know, it's just nice to know. I have heard time and again, and I know it's incorrect that the council members have maybe forgotten or not aren't thinking about some of the fire survivors and what's being done. And I think it's a good thing to remind them every so often of what's going on. We are very much thinking about them. We've got 2 of them on our council who, you know, help us with that. But that's something that from staff I think can be useful too. So I appreciate that. If you might think about that. Yeah, Councilmember Fahey.
I just want to mention quickly my thanks to the staff for everything that has been done already for fire mitigation, for everything. And it's obvious to me that the staff has done an excellent job by the numbers, because to think that we're getting almost 80% of the cost recovery is amazing, and almost 80% of the lots are being rebuilt is amazing. And so I think both of those departments have just done incredible work over the last 2 years, so thank you.
Anybody else? I want to take, at this point, it's 8:18, we still have, oh, sorry, City Manager, but I'm going to say this before you go, that as soon as you are done, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Not any pressure to speak quickly, but.
I have a lot to say. I just want to build on what Councilmember Fahey said. Mayor and Council, you hear from your leadership team a lot on these things. I want to point out that there are so many people in this organization that have been working so hard for so long on all these things across all of our departments. And this community has staff that really cares. It's really evident. So I want to make sure all those folks are appreciated too. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we need to tell our story to everybody about how that's going. Thank you, and it's 8:19, 8:24, back here. Thanks.
optimist, but he seemed to like, he was cool with it.
How old is he?
He would talk more.
Love it.
Okay, have a good night. Yeah, good luck.
All right, let's come back to order. Excuse me. The next item is an update on Rocky Mountain Municipal Airport. Would you, looks like our Deputy City Manager is going to provide the staff presentation.
Yes, hi Mayor, Council, thank you very much. I'm Deputy City Manager Sama Fox, and I am here tonight to provide a brief presentation on Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport. Apologies for putting municipal in the packets, it's Metropolitan Airport. Community Noise Roundtable. So I'll start with a little bit of background, and then I'll hand it over to our liaison, Councilmember Deborah Fahey. Just want to highlight, back in 2018, Louisville and Superior partnered on a noise mitigation project. We had a report from this in 2019, but actually one of the recommendations was creating a roundtable. The Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport Community Noise Roundtable, or RMMA-CNR, or Roundtable, was established in late 2020 and began meeting in 2021. Louisville's been one of the founding partners of that. They do have dues of $3,600 a year. I typically hate this many words on a slide or to read a slide for you, but I do want to be clear about the powers and the purpose of the roundtable. So the RMMA-CNR seeks to identify the dimension of noise issues, discover possible mitigation actions, find opportunities for implementation of mitigation measures, and evaluate the effectiveness of mitigation measures. They share up-to-date data in order to identify potential voluntary noise reduction opportunities, identify potential operation changes to the airport that would require federal approval, build consensus around recommendations for noise reduction measures, whether voluntary or mandatory, understanding that mandatory measures require FAA approval, review available data regarding noise reduction measures, and review airport development plans, operational changes, and surrounding community development plans for associated noise impacts. For the powers, the member is acknowledged that and agree that the roundtable is not a separate legal entity and does not have the authority to act separate from its members. The members of the CNR include the City of Arvada, Boulder County, City and County of Broomfield, who has submitted to withdraw, Jefferson County, City of Lafayette, City of Louisville, Town of Superior, and the City of Westminster. According to the IGA, there are 2 ways to terminate the CNR. Members may withdraw within 30 days with 30 days written notice, and termination may be done by a vote of the majority of the members, or if there are 4 or fewer members remaining as part of the roundtable. With that, I'd like to hand this over to Councilmember Deborah Fahey. We ask that you provide our liaison direction tonight that could include to stay in the Community Noise Roundtable, withdraw, or ask them to abstain.
Thank you, Sama. Yes, so there is going to be a discussion at the next CNR meeting, which will be the first Thursday of May. And indications are that there will be a vote on whether to disband the CNR. Boulder County, as the reports show, Broomfield has already submitted their withdrawal, and that will be effective before the next meeting, so they won't even be attending the next one. Boulder County has announced that they're intending to withdraw, and after conversations with the mayor of Broomfield and their CNR rep, who was the chair of the CNR, and also conversations with people from Superior and Boulder County regarding the lawsuit that they're involved with. I am not sure. At the last vote, I abstained, or I said that I would abstain, and so they didn't hold the vote. From the vote to withdraw. So the issue that I have with it is that the purpose, as Sam laid out, looks wonderful. But then you get to the powers and it has none. Any decision with changing flight routes or noise mitigation, leaded fuel, any of those things are controlled by the FAA and the airport, and we have no say. We can request, but we have no authority. So there might be other ways. Also, I attended a meeting this morning of the Jefferson County had a meeting, and they voted to go ahead and do the Part 150 study that will give a lot of good information, but the study itself is going to take 2 years, and implementation, they're anticipating 20 years. They've also gotten a grant from the FAA to cover 90% of the $2 million cost. So that's going to happen whether the CNR is there or not. And those meetings that Jefferson County will hold will require formal meetings and public engagement, and we can participate in those kinds of discussions if we want to. So right now, the CNR is dysfunctional. The last attempt with the VFR routes was voted down. There's every indication that no matter what we say or anyone says, the routes will not be shifted to the south, which is what we in the north would prefer. And so, tonight, I am interested in your opinions. I don't want to go to the next meeting without a vote of the council of, first, should I vote to dissolve the CNR? And if that vote fails and the CNR is not dissolved, do I tell them that we are going to resign? And so those are the two things that I would like information from all of council on. So I have my position. Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Fahey. Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. So that's interesting. So I have a question. So you were saying that Jefferson County is the one who's actually engaging with the airport to do the Part 150 study. It's not the roundtable?
No, it's Jefferson County.
And they're going to continue to have discussions and monitor this moving forward? Or no? Just the 150. So it's going to take 2 years before they really have to come back to the table and have a talk?
They will do the Part 150 whether CNR exists or not, right?
Is there a opportunity for engagement by the public, like Louisville residents or members of our council there, do you think, or is there really not going to be any opportunity?
With Jefferson County? Yes. Yes. They have to open it to all the areas that are impacted by the airport, and we're one of those.
And how often are they going to be doing this? Do we know yet?
I don't know that.
Okay.
No. They're actually, they have to submit their deadline for application for the grant money to get started in June, and then the grants are awarded in July, so it would start shortly after that.
So the study will take 2 years minimum. Is there any indication that the new director of the airport has an interest in listening to the community or the community leaders a little better than the last one? And would they be inclined to listen to anything in the 2 years, or are they just going to say, we're waiting for the study to end?
My guess is they will wait to get the results of the study.
Okay.
And we can participate in talking to Jefferson County while the study is going on.
Technically, there's no new director yet.
Yeah, there's an interim, I think, right now.
Right. There's an interim, right.
For clarifying. Okay, thank you.
Just as a clarifying matter, Part 150 refers to the regulations, the federal regulations, and I just pulled something up which defines it really specifically. Is the Part 150 is a voluntary FAA program that sets guidelines for airport operators to document aircraft noise exposure and to establish noise abatement and compatible land use programs. The fact that it's something that takes 2 years to happen and with a very unclear result, that's certainly something that Jeffco can do, and it sounds like they're doing it. And but that's quite apart from this, isn't it? Yeah, good. Others on council, yes.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in, and I appreciate your service on the roundtable, and from everything I've heard, it isn't working well, and in fact has arguably been put on by Jefferson County in a way that's quite misleading. And I just want to read briefly a quote from the Boulder County lawsuit that I think is really telling. And this is the quote: Jefferson County's former airport director stated that the noise roundtable was, quote, useless and a waste of money. He continued, I want the communities to waste their money and time with the roundtable. Nothing gets done. It just makes people feel happy that they're part of the roundtable, and we get to bitch while wasting a couple $100,000 of taxpayer money. And to have, I know this is somebody who's no longer there, but to have somebody who is, the director of the airport making a statement like that, I don't see how we can continue to participate personally. And I would hope that whatever the vote is, whether we withdraw or we disband the roundtable, that there's some sort of statement made about the misleading nature of what's gone on, some of what I understand to be false information provided by the airport, so on and so forth. And I just don't see how we can, in good conscience, continue to spend our time and money on something that was so badly done.
Others? Yes, Mayor Protem.
Yeah, I think I would also support either withdrawal or disbandment of it for a lot of the same reasons. I don't think I ever believed it had a high likelihood of major effect just because of, again, the nature of the FAA and airports, and it's not even in our city. And so it's a very difficult thing to undertake, and there are real resources and time and money that we have to put in to participate in something that seems to be a bit of a smoke show, just a bit of a, we're all talking about it. We can talk about it for years. Let's keep talking about it. And, there is now development in 360 degrees of that airport. And so, changing routes is changing routes over homes that don't currently have those routes over them. And I don't know how you now justify major alterations to an airport that already exists. Where's the equity? Who are you going to put those flights over? So I think it's a difficult thing to deal with, and something that's maybe beyond our scope of major impact on it. So I would be fine with us not putting our resources into that fight.
Thank you, Mayor Protem. Others?
Mayor, do you want to take public comment?
Yeah.
I have one card from Mr. Cooperman. Oh, and he will be followed by Sherry Summer.
Josh Cooperman, I live in Louisville. Air traffic to and from Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport is a serious source of noise, air, and lead pollution, as well as greenhouse gas emissions over Louisville and our neighboring communities. Unfortunately, Louisville and its neighboring communities have no control over this source of pollution. Indeed, we are not even represented by those public officials who do have control over this source of pollution. Perhaps my last statement is an overstatement. We do have representation on the Community Noise Roundtable, but I do not think it was an overstatement. As a citizen concerned about pollution from Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport, I have followed, to a reasonable extent, the deliberations and discussions at the Community Noise Roundtable. I have not followed even more closely because the Community Noise Roundtable has made virtually no progress. Indeed, as we recently learned, at least some RMMA officials were participating in bad faith. As an example, take the Part 150 study. As far as I know, the Part 150 study was listed possibly even on the very first agenda as an upcoming agenda item. And it has sat there and sat there and sat there, even though people have gotten up at virtually every single meeting and asked for it to be put on the agenda. In any case, evidently, the Community Noise Roundtable is not, or at least has not been, an effective means to address Louisville's and our neighboring communities' concerns. Going forward, I recommend that Louisville attempt to align with our neighboring communities, specifically the town of Superior, the city of Lafayette, and Boulder County. Superior has suggested some modifications to how the Community Noise Roundtable operates, and Boulder County has indicated that it may well leave the Community Noise Roundtable. Either supporting Superior's recommendations or leaving the Community Noise Roundtable with Boulder County and Broomfield may be appropriate courses of action. No matter the course of action that Louisville chooses to take, we should work to pressure Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport and Jefferson County to address our concerns. In particular, if Louisville has valid grounds to support or join the lawsuit lodged by Superior and the county, then I would be in favor of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
Next is Sherry Summer.
Thanks, Sherry Summer. You know, it was pretty clear from the beginning of Louisville's interactions with the airport that they really don't care about the health and welfare of people on the ground. For example, one of the first meetings I went to, I shared that my niece and nephew were killed when a small plane hit the house where they were staying. And it didn't take more than 5 seconds before somebody was saying, you know, it's more dangerous to drive on the highway and, you know, let us have our rights and whatever. They've just demonstrated bad faith. This is not a group of people who have shown any willingness to comply with voluntary restrictions, and I really applaud you for suggesting that we get out of the roundtable or disband it. It served a purpose. It served a purpose. We've gotten farther. We jumped through the hoop because we had to, and now and going forward would really be a waste of time. I think what Paul Anslow said about his desire to waste the public's time and money is, you know, that's the quiet part. He said it out loud. So thank you very much for considering just moving on to different actions when it comes to the airport. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Sherry. Any other public comment? No. Public comment, please. No? All right. Let's take it back to council comments and any other questions. Councilmember Kern.
Thank you very much. I did. So I would be curious to know how, I guess it was 5 or 6 years ago, Niwot residents were very successful in, I guess, requesting of the flight schools, and that would be all of them, to change the practice area that they use up north so that the planes didn't fly so low to the residences up in Niwot. They were successful. It sounds like that must have been pre-roundtable. I bring it up. I feel that there are a lot of residents who are very concerned with the airport noise, with the volume of planes, that if we pull out of the roundtable, they will no longer have a voice at a table. How successful it's been, I would agree, you know, with everybody else that it hasn't created much success. I think the only thing that came from it was the airport's agreement to move forward with converting to unleaded from low lead fuel faster than the FAA is mandating. But that's the only thing, and it's not enough, I would agree. So I hesitate in saying to the Louisville residents who want to engage in this, though, that we're pulling out your means to engage. That's why I was asking if there's a place for them to go with Jefferson County specifically related to the airport where they can still do that.
Councilmember Fay.
Yes, so the flights that can get changed up by Niwot aren't the ones over the airport. And it's the ones over the airport, it's mostly the touch and goes over the airport, that are causing most of the noise complaints from Rocky Mountain Airport. And we have no control over changing the flight routes. In fact, it was brought to council, the routes were brought to council, or to the CNR, sorry, for a vote last meeting, and it was voted down because the airport said, well, you can recommend it, but it's not going to actually change what the routes are. The proposal was to extend the route further past the airport so that when the planes turn, it would be, the noisy part is the turn, and that would be past the town of Superior. But the airport said, no, we can't do that. So that was voted down. So, but even if the CNR doesn't exist, we can still go to Jefferson County and make all of our complaints. And the changes that were made, for example, with the unleaded fuel, that didn't come from the CNR's efforts. That came from the state legislature. And they actually brought that to the federal level to see if they could require them. And so once the state legislators started saying, well, we're going to take care of this, the airport said, oh, never mind, we'll go ahead and get rid of leaded fuel. So there are ways that we will still have an influence. It just, the CNR itself has none.
Other comments, council? I have a pretty strong view about this myself, and I appreciate Councilmember Hefner's earlier comments. Just pulling back a little bit, pulling back the stick a little bit and going a little higher. There are a lot of complaints that Louisville residents have about the airport. I guess before I get to that, it's, the airport has and continues to do amazing things in terms of supporting the local economy, and I don't want to say otherwise. There's no, I may be stepping out here, but I don't think there's any call on our council to shut down the airport. That's not the issue. But what the issue is frequency of the flights, the time during the day when the flights actually occur, which sometimes is in the middle of the night, very early in the morning, very late at night. There's the altitude that the planes are flying at. There's all kinds, and how loud they are. There are issues more fundamentally with, at least potentially, with emissions. And these are things that we've heard from our residents that are important to deal with. And what we do know is that we have very little control over the FAA. And I don't foresee that as being a particularly useful path. Maybe there'll be something in 2 years from Jeffco. They learned in that Part 150 study. I have really no reason to think that that's going to be relevant for a good long time down the road. So I think the air game here is not the place where change happens. That is, trying to work through the FAA is not, and their mechanisms largely are not going to be terribly helpful at addressing our citizens' concerns. However, there is the ground game, and the ground game consists of a variety of things. But at its core, we have a county, Jefferson County, that has created an externality, which is intolerable. An externality being effects that one county is imposing through RMMA on 2 other counties, Broomfield County and Boulder County, and a whole bunch of municipalities that aren't captured in the prices that they're paying, and they're getting undue benefits, and we're getting very few of the benefits comparatively. And we're suffering the consequences, the adverse consequences, as a result of those actions. And so far, we've seen very little movement by Jeffco. I'll say more about that in a minute, but I think I appreciate Councilmember Fahey's service. I appreciate Council Member Most's participation and Councilmember Lipton before that, and so on. But the fact is that the CNR has not fulfilled its purpose. I mean, I think there were discussions on there maybe early on about potential changes, voluntary changes. They haven't really come to pass, and the thing has no teeth. And it's great for people to come in, as you know, the former director said, and just vent their spleen and feel good about doing it. But that's not what people in Louisville want us to do. I mean, they want us effectively governing. CNR isn't a governing structure, it's just a forum. And I think rather than being something that's particularly constructive, has been a smokescreen that Jefferson County has used to continue to pretend that we're having some influence over anything, and we're not. We're not represented down there, and they're making decisions, and it's absolutely horrible intergovernmental relations. And that is the name of the game in transportation policy generally, and I gotta tell you, I just can't, I can't imagine what's going through their heads. And quite frankly, the ground game, from our standpoint, there may be a variety of steps to take, but one step to take, I think, is just what Councilmember Fahey was suggesting. It's providing, indicating that, I'll let her make the motion when we get to it, but indicating that we're looking forward to disbanding it, and if that is not what happens at the next meeting, then empowering her to withdraw, because it's not doing anything for anybody. I think what needs to be done is that Louisville residents need to be writing to Jefferson County commissioners. They need to be writing to the airport manager when the person is named. And they need to be showing up either on Zoom or in person at Jefferson County meetings where this is on the agenda. And where it's not on the agenda, they ought to be speaking on items not on the agenda, because what has been the problem all the way along is they have felt absolutely no pressure from anyone and thumbing their nose at everyone. And I don't say these things lightly. I don't like to say these things. But the behavior that we have seen out of them for years is just not good policy and practice, and it's just not what we ought to tolerate any further. So I've got strong feelings, obviously, and I recognize that I'm probably going to make you people irritated about that in Jeffco, and I invite them to contact me if need be. But the bottom line is, do better, be better, and listen to people, especially those who you don't represent and whom you're inflicting externalities on without any representation whatsoever. It's just shameful. Anything else from other council members? Yes, Councilmember.
The one thing I'd like to circle back to, we're not going to decide this tonight, but to have concrete ways for residents to engage. I believe Councilmember Stoltzman at some of the previous meetings was working on, how they can submit noise complaints and location complaints. So I just want our citizens to know that if we vote tonight to disband and/or remove ourselves from that table, it does not mean that we're not engaged on this agenda item. So to your point, you can show up to meetings, but I just want to make sure we have a concrete way, like we do right now on our website, for them to engage. That's it.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I mean, I'm not suggesting there aren't other ways to engage. And the FAA does have these rules. One thing we didn't talk about is what's lost? What do we lose by getting out of this, making the decision that Councilmember Fahey is suggesting? We still have all of the ability to make noise complaints. And there are a lot of people who've been doing that, and bless them. And a lot of people who've been keeping track of data, bless them. And I continue, that's certainly something to do. I don't discourage people who are exchanging information on social media, because there are some groups that are doing that. And there are a variety of other things. But I think on this decision, I think it's good. One of the things that Councilmember Fahey's suggestion does is that it, I think, will help to build a very clear and powerful message to Jefferson County that this is not okay and that we can't engage this way. It's just not effective. Maybe another way. I mean, who knows? I think people could come up with vehicles with the county that might be better, maybe, and I don't suggest otherwise. I mean, going and just simply bringing pitchforks and torches is not what I have in mind, but letting them know that these are concerns of ours. The lead is a concern of ours, the emissions, the noise, and that we're out here. And Councilmember Fahey.
I think another opportunity that'll give us is an opportunity to partner with Boulder County and the other cities and Broomfield County, the other cities who are not participating or at some point have decided not to participate in the CNR. And if it dissolves all of the cities that are currently members, to partner to come up with ways that, as a group, to have a more direct influence with Jefferson County to implement things at the airport.
Councilmember Fahey, would you like to make a motion?
Okay, I will move that you direct me to vote to dissolve the CNR at the next meeting. Okay. And if the CNR does not dissolve, to withdraw the city of Louisville from the CNR.
Now, I want to make we get a second?
Second.
I want to make sure with the city attorney that we're kind of following we've got an intergovernmental agreement, and I just want to make sure in the decision or the motion that Councilmember Fahey's done, that it's clear what we're doing under that agreement.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your motion, Councilmember Fahey?
I was moving that we move to allow me to vote to dissolve the CNR at the next meeting, and if the CNR does not dissolve, that we resign.
Right, so the notice of withdrawal from the group probably needs to come from the council. So I would just amend your motion to say that the council would provide notification of withdrawal under the IGA. instead of you providing the notice of withdrawal.
Okay, I will just, at the meeting, tell them
Let
that
them
we
know.
are going to withdraw.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, thank you.
thank you.
Okay. Is the motion clear to council members? Does everybody know what they're voting on here? All right, let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Yes.
Councilmember Kern?
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey?
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner?
Yes.
Councilmember Bierman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson?
Yes.
Mayor Lay?
Yes. Motion passes. I want to say thank you to Councilmember Fahey, who's done an enormous amount of work on this and had to sit through meetings where people sat and yelled at each other, which just boggles. I don't think you've participated so much in the yelling. Am I correct?
I don't believe I yelled.
Okay, good. Anyway, you're too much of an adult at a place where there are not a lot of adults. All right, so the next item on our agenda, and I believe it's our last item on the agenda, is ordinance number 1871, series 2024, an ordinance amending chapter 14.20 of the Louisville Municipal Code regarding public arts, second reading, advertised Daily Camera, April 7th, 2024. Opening public hearing and waking up. Start with a staff presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Lay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sharon Nemechek, Director of Cultural Services. So we're proposing revisions and updates to the public art process. This was really brought about because of the changes we made to the board. When we made the board strictly advisory, some of those responsibilities that had fallen to the board will now need to fall to staff. So just to create some clarity, I want to walk through what's going to change, or what we're proposing to change, what things will not change, and then walk you through what the public art process will look like. So in your council communication, the bulleted points, we start with the things that we're proposing will change. So first, we updated the definition of work of art. This added additional types and different media. It authorizes the program manager to create juries. The cultural board is now responsible for recommending whether or not we accept a piece of art or acquisition a piece of art, where in the past they voted. The project manager in this case will now issue a final written decision on whether to approve a work of art. The things that are not changing, prior to installing a piece of art, there will always be public notice and time for public comment. The advisory board will hold a public meeting where they will review that public comment, and further public comment can be made in person. And then the last one, I think, is something that maybe you'll want to discuss. So the city council vote on the acquisition of a piece of art has always been optional. That hasn't changed. We didn't change it. We didn't recommend changing it. But the fact is, in practice, you guys have always had the final vote. Every piece of art that I could find history on, City Council has had the final vote on. But in the ordinance, it's an optional piece to the process. So it's something, I don't know if you all want to discuss that this evening. But I'd like to walk you through what the public art process will look like in this scenario. It's not vastly different. All of the steps are really the same, but the responsibilities are a little bit different. So when we're considering a new public art installation, the first thing is we evaluate the piece of art. So in this new scenario, the board and the program manager are going to get together and discuss. The board can advise whether they want the program manager to move forward. If they agree to move forward, then we go to public notice. So this is where we put the posters out, we allow people, there's an email on there, they can do email public notice, and they can come to a meeting. At that next meeting, there will be an approval process. So the board will go through all of the public comment and decide whether to advise the program manager to move forward with acquiring the piece of art. And then comes City Council review. So currently in the process, it says City Council review, and it's if applicable. So this is something, again, where we may just want to say that city council review is always step number 4. Step number 5 is purchase or acceptance of donation of the piece of art. So the only real changes are the responsibility. The board is strictly advisory. And then if you all want to consider making city council review something that's required. That's all I've got.
Okay, thank you, Sharon. Are there questions?
Theoretically, the process will be faster. That's what city manager is asking. So in the past, I'll tell you what's happened. When the board has voted, so someone will bring an idea for a piece of art to the board. If there are any questions, they don't vote at that meeting, it comes to the next meeting. So the process is kind of a long, drawn-out process. Sometimes the board doesn't meet every month. In this scenario, they advise, move forward. There can still be conversation, but there's no need for them to vote on every change to the process or every change to the piece of art or the project. So we're thinking it's going to be quite a bit faster than the process has been in the past.
Okay, council questions? Councilmember Kern, did you have other questions? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. And so the RFP process, is that encompassed in 14.20.040, where it talks about the procedures for selection, acquisition, and loan of that art? And that process is not changing, correct?
No, it's not. So there are a
Okay.
couple of ways that we can acquire a piece of, well, there are 3 main ways. The first one is someone can decide, and we've done this like with some of the art in Community Park. Someone sees an artist and they think that artist is someone we'd really like to have a piece of their art in the city. So then we start by pursuing the artist. That's one way you can do it. Another way is through a donation. Someone comes to the city and they want to donate a piece of art. That's the second way. The third way, and what you're talking about, is if we decide there's an underpass and we want to do a mural. So in that scenario, we do a call for entries, we put it out there, 20 artists submit, and that's where we do a selection process. That's where we might use a jury also. A lot of cities either have a jury on standby or they do ad hoc juries. So those 3 ways. So in that final scenario is what you're talking about, and that would not change.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fahey.
So I'm wondering, I know that I pulled something off consent agenda a year or so ago. Because of the name and the location. And I don't want to give up that right or that authority from council to say, you know, it's not appropriate for that to be placed there on public land. Because it's really a land use issue, which is for council to decide. So I don't want to give up that ability. Is there a way that it can just be changed so that instead of the, what's it called, the program manager, instead of making a decision on a piece of art, makes a recommendation on a piece of art, and then it comes to council for final approval?
Right, so they would do that written recommendation, and then it would come to council for final approval.
Right.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I agree with all that. Having been a part of an organization that donating art to the city, it is a very lovely process. Like everything is very functional and kind, but it is a very slow process. And so, you know, I really applaud the effort to try to, you know, take the same process and make it a little faster. And I agree that, you know, even the last one was on consent agenda, but it at least comes to council for approval, and if it's not very controversial, it can go on consent agenda. Doesn't have to be some big ordeal, but that there's a final stamp of approval from council, I think, makes sense to making that routine and not wishy-washy. And again, if it's like, why is this even coming to council? It's just on consent, so it's okay. Like, it doesn't have to be a big deal.
Other council comments? I have a question because what's the point of the 45-day review period?
I think we
under
were-
this, under the scenario that Councilmember Fahey was just suggesting.
I think we were trying to, again, sort of shorten it up, so it gives us an opportunity to come to one of 3, pretty much, council meetings for final approval. I think it was just giving us a window, not too big a window, so it had to sort of end up on your agenda within a certain amount of time. Are you interested in shortening up that time frame?
Well, I guess, we haven't had this issue come up that much because we haven't had that much public art.
Yeah.
And so I think the point that Mayor Pro Tem is making is a good one. He's being diplomatic, but a lot of people have been less diplomatic of like, where's the public art? I think when we did this process originally, the point was to, defer as much as we could to the suggestions of the board. And I think that got kind of morphed over time into the idea they were actually deciding something, which is not a good thing from delegation standpoint, and I understand that. If the manager or the project manager is recommending something to us, as opposed to being the final decision maker, unless we call it up, then, it strikes me, if it's only a recommendation, I'm not sure what the point of the 45 days is. And I guess what I would say is that it concerns me a little bit because I'm thinking about the role of the people on cultural, the cultural board. And that's if they look at a piece of public art and they get public input and they recommend to the program or the project manager that this should go forward, and the project manager then makes the decision or makes the recommendation, and 45 days pass, and if there's if that person were making just a recommendation, 45 days pass, and during that time period, council can say, wait, we don't like this, it's ugly, or it's going to take more money to take care of it, or it's in the wrong place, or whatever. Okay, that's fine. That's the way it's been in the past. The council does have a role if it wants to, but what this is saying, it sounds like, is even if council doesn't raise that question, it's going to come to council on the consent agenda. Somebody can pull it off the consent, just like they could have objected during the 45 days. And it's sort of like, that sort of makes the 45 days irrelevant. But what it does, what I understood to be the process before was or the best way of doing this is that it does kind of harden into a real decision, so that the council doesn't necessarily have to approve everything at the end. And it would be nice to be able to do that. What I think Councilmember Fahey is suggesting, and again, something for council to weigh in on, is do we want to have to approve every single piece of public art by consent? And I don't know, that's the question, because it seems to me that the 45-day period is kind of pointless if we're all gonna, and it's gonna create a cluster of problems if every time one of these comes, it becomes a shootout at the consent agenda phase, right? Because if ultimately the council is going to decide every one, then that last hearing is going to be, who knows, right? If council's first look at this is at the consent agenda phase, because we don't have any 45 days left or it's irrelevant, then it seems to me we're not, I mean, that just seems like not a really good process. Yeah, Councilmember Kern.
So are you saying that maybe you'd like to see them bring that to council prior to the final approval?
No, I'm trying to figure out whether there's any point to the 45-day period at all.
I think that what Sharon was saying is just so that her department must bring it to the council within 45 days of them choosing the art. It's just so that it can't be like postponed for 3 months or 4 months before council gets to hear it and decide on it. It must come before the council within 45 days of them deciding on the project. That's all, just so that we can shorten it to 30 days.
Right.
Yeah, is it worthwhile shortening the period?
I wouldn't advise that. This is not a waiting period, just to be clear. This is on page 2 of 5, paragraph C, if anybody wants to follow along. And what I'm hearing you saying, if I'm understanding correctly, is there's 2 places in that paragraph where the word decision is used. And I think you're asking us to change those 2 decision words to recommendation. So staff is bringing a recommendation based upon a recommendation from Cultural Advisory Board. It's a council final decision. I think that's appropriate. And the way this has worked in practice, it's on consent, you can pull it off. And so the 45 days, as was noted, generally is gonna give us maybe 3 meetings, sometimes 2, maybe 3. Meetings get full. You have sometimes pretty long agendas, so maybe this next meeting is too busy, so it's the one after that. And I'd always want to leave you at least a couple meetings where if it comes off consent, you still have some time the next meeting to reconsider it and take some action on it. This, unless I'm missing something, there's not like a automatic approval if we miss the 45 days. I do think it's helpful to give some expectations of staff that things move along, and also for the artist to know, like, here we can map out this process and here's how long it's going to take before we get to that ultimate decision where we move into contract and implementation.
I think in the current process we have, it is automatic approval.
Yeah.
In that, after that 45 days. So
It's a call-up.
yeah, so we're thinking council will approve everyone within 45 days. So that's on us to make sure it gets on an agenda, right?
Which, despite the way the ordinance is written, that's been the practice.
That has
Right or
been the
wrong.
practice.
Yeah, right. Well, I know that's true, but what, if I'm hearing you correctly, Councilmember Fahey, are you suggesting that in 1420-050C, the terms decision be changed to recommendation in all the places that it occurs?
That's correct.
Looks like there's 3 places where decision would be recommendation. But it does beg the question then, I mean, the way I view, and this 45-day period is part of your current ordinance. It's a call-up period. So if it's only a recommendation and every project is headed to the consent agenda, in my view, there's no reason to have a 45-day.
I think we're overthinking this, to be honest. I really do.
Agreed.
Yeah, we're creating recommendation decision. To your point, we've got more important things on council to decide on artwork. But if it's controversial, we have the window to say, hey, we can call it up. So I don't have a problem with decision or recommendation. You know, there's going to be some that are going to fly through, and then there's going to be some, Deb, to your point, where like, hey, wait a minute, let's get it, and we've got 45 days to deal with it. I think that hasn't been changed. You're not recommending it be changed. I really think we're overthinking that. Maybe we're all getting tired, but that's my feedback.
I would say, I thought you were going a different direction with the we're overthinking. It's like, very simply, you guys go through your process, and then it comes to our agenda, and we make a decision when it's on the agenda. This idea of like, they've made a decision, and we have to actively find their decision and decide whether we want to call it up and talk about it. I'd rather just come to me and then I'd be like, yeah, it looks good, or wait, whoa, what is this? So if it comes to us on a consent agenda or the main agenda, then we get to make a decision, and if it's simple, it's just on consent, and we're like, neat. But there's not this like complicated process of making an actual choice to call it up. I think that's what's complicated. I think it's simple if it just kind of goes through a normal process and comes to us. But I think I'm on the same page with you in
Yeah, I
general of
agree.
just being like,
Yeah,
make it simple.
I want to speed it up, right? I feel like this is delaying it. So whatever speeds it up, that's what I'm in favor for.
I just want to say I want to remind people of what we did the last time, where it was an absolute disaster, in my view, because we got through a whole process, and it was at the consent agenda, and as Councilmember Fahey reminded us, it was taken off the consent agenda. The people who had anything to do with that process weren't, I think they weren't ready for suddenly that kind of blowing up at that hearing. They're not going to know that. They're not going to know that until that hearing. And that's what caused kerfuffle. If we're fine with that, that's fine. Then we make the change to recommendation. But if we say decision, then we don't have that problem. But I want to make sure that it isn't the same. You're not saying the same things. I mean, you're not. Because in the end, either it comes to us or it doesn't. And if it comes to us on consent, it can blow up at the very last minute. If we're comfortable with that, great. But the people involved in the process are not going to know that until the night of the hearing.
And I don't know that there was any way to anticipate that particular situation, so I understand your point. If we just decide that we're going to bring it within a certain time frame, I like the time frame just because, again, it keeps the process moving. I don't know that we need it, but I sort of, and I think 45 days is long. To the city manager's point, though, if agendas are full, we want to have that opportunity. But I do think, I mean, there could be situations where things are unanticipated. If something is truly controversial, I think we'll have that conversation ahead of time, and there'll be, you'll have a heads up. We did not realize that that one was controversial, to be honest.
Right. But we realized it the night of the vote on consent.
Right.
And that's, how are you going to know if we don't have any notice beforehand? I mean, I'm fine doing whatever. I just think that we can try it. We can try recommendation and bringing everything to council. I just think having every single piece of public art come to council for maybe it's going to go through on consent, maybe it's going to blow up into a hearing. That, to me, is just inviting a lot of mischief, but it may just be me. But we need to resolve this once and for all. If you want to make a motion.
The alternative would be that it never came to us.
Yes. There's
That
a
would
lot
be
of
another-
decisions, there's a lot of decisions that we make or that are made in city, just a second, that are made in the city that never come to us.
Right.
Right? But it's seen as special because it's a public art piece that we have an option to call it up, right?
Prior to doing a motion or anything, we do need to take 2 rounds of public comment.
Second round of public comment.
We haven't public comment. No.
I'm getting tired, I'm sorry, I haven't, yeah. First round of public comments. Anybody have any comments about this? All right. Councilmember
I just
Hafner,
have
you want to make a motion?
Well, I'm going to say one brief thing and then I'm going to make a motion, which is the virtue of the way this thing is written, as in our packet, is that it preserves the flexibility to have it come to us or not. And that's a good thing. And even though the practice has been for it to always come to us, the nice thing about the ordinance is we could, without changing the ordinance, not have it come to us if we decide to do that. So with that said, I will move the passage of ordinance number.
We have to have
We need a second round of public comments.
Second, oh, God.
Second round of public comment. Any public comment? No. I apologize. All right.
Would you
Any
entertain
other
a motion? I move the passage of ordinance number 1871, series 2024, and ordinance amending chapter 14.20 of the Louisville Municipal Code regarding public art.
Second. Comments?
I have a question I was trying to get in earlier. We're not talking about memorials. We're talking about public art. And those are two different things. I think this was part of the challenge with the last piece, correct?
I don't know that we've ever decided that. I think it could depend on what the memorial looks like, if it's considered public art, or if it's considered more of a monument. Yeah.
Should say too that the Parks program already has a memorial program for things like benches and stuff, and that's entirely separate from this.
Should, well,
Thank you.
is that a good thing from a policy standpoint?
I don't think you need to wade too far into that one to some of the points earlier about overthinking this. I can tell you, everybody in this room will remember that conversation and the sensitivity around a memorial for quite some time. So should there be an interest in moving a memorial forward, you're going to see us taking some different approaches to make sure we don't have that happen again.
Would the movement entertain a friendly amendment?
Sorry, what's the amendment to?
The friendly amendment would be in the language that defines work of art, to add a sentence that says work of art shall not mean or shall not include.
I'm honestly just fine with how it's drafted.
All right, so the answer is no. And I'm just going to I'll take that as a refusal to take the amendment. So are we clear on the motion? Do we have any other questions? All right, let's take a roll. Wait.
Yes, would you care to close the public hearing? Thank you.
Can't you hit that any harder?
Councilmember Bierman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson.
Yes.
Mayor Lay.
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey.
Yes.
Councilmember Kern.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. All right, next is a city attorney's report.
I have no report. Thank you.
Next is council comments, committee reports, and identification of future agenda items. Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. We've received numerous emails on this topic. I've received a few lately. Conversations have sparked some increased concern about e-bike safety in our community. It is specifically called out as a high priority item on our 2024 work plan. And as the weather gets better, I think we really need to be serious about tackling this. I think Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson brought up e-bikes in the past. I have like e-bikes. I don't know, it just came out, I'm tired. E-bikes. We need to make movement on this. So I would like to propose it as a future agenda item ASAP.
May I make a comment about can I comment on?
It's not on the agenda except to agree whether it's something we should bring forward.
I would agree that it is something that we should bring forward, especially since the state at the first of the month initiated rebates for e-bates. It's a $500 incentive for people to purchase them, and that does not exclude people under the age of 18. So.
Good point. Other items? Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned.
Leave behind is not to die.